That's weird.
We don't have to be quiet because they can't hear us.
No. Right now I don't know what the I actually don't know what we're called right now.
It's like plants too that we just have hanging around, so it's not even like just away. But I wanted to be out here, rather than stuck in that like other room. Where are you doing? In my main living room. Because I was kind of avoiding being out here just because of all the busyness and stuff, but if the kids are going to interrupt, they're going to interrupt no matter if I'm hiding in a room or not.
Do level up dice's thing actually look like we're live right now?
Yes. Yeah, I'm checking it out now.
Jean Ordinfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long Jean Ordinfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long
There you go. Hello everyone, and welcome to the very first stream of Monsters and Mayhem. Today is going to be the first First time we're going to be streaming, so there's going to be a lot of things that's going to go wrong. Everything, including our intro, doesn't work, Ellen. But doesn't matter. We'll work it out. My name is Tom, and if you have more dice than underwear, you come to the right place. First, I'd like to say a few things. I'd like to introduce our lovely little cast. First off, we have Dino, and who will you be playing today?
I'm going to be playing a character by the name of Jean Ordinfall, who's a human fighter.
Very well. And Laura.
Hi, I'm Laura. I will be playing Celeste Highcrest, the Eladrin Bard.
And Adam.
Yeah, hi. I'm playing Tam Ingue. He is a half-elf celestial pack warlock.
And Jacob.
Hello, I'm going to be playing Ingue Pandera, who is a Furbolg druid.
Very well. So that's the introductions out of the way. One last thing is that we're going to do a giveaway, but we're going to do it on a Discord. And we're not going to do it today, but we're going to put all the information on the Discord after the stream. Other than that, I think we're pretty much ready to go.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do
Let's
this.
roll some dice.
Oh yeah, dice. We should probably have dice. That's true. All of you have, one way or another, been hinted at it's a good idea to go and talk to a certain individual at the Clearwater Inn, because you're a little low on cash, and it seems like that's a good place to start if you want to make some. You have not met each other before, except Tam. On your way to this Clearwater Inn, in the little village of Broken Bridge, you found a young Furbolg, unconscious in the middle of the road. He smells a lot like alcohol, but he is conscious, simmy. Just not so lucid.
So Tam will run over to the Furbolg and can I see is he hurt in any way?
There is a little bit of a wound on his left arm. It seems to be bleeding. But other than that, he seems to be in good health.
So I'll reach down. I'll kneel down beside him, and I will. I'll say, "Hello. Are you okay?"
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right. Who are you?
Hi. My name's Tam. Tam Ingue. Here, take my hand and stand up. Can you stand?
Pull myself up and stand over you.
Hi. What's your name?
Hey, yeah, I'm Ingue. I'm a traveler out to see the world. Where are you off to?
Well, I'm actually on my way to the Clearwater Inn.
Me too.
What a coincidence. My friend, you seem to have taken some sort of hurt. Can I offer you any assistance?
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. I can't.
Let me take care of that. And Tam will put his hand over Ingwe's wound on his arm, and I will cast first cast. How cool is that? Actually, I'm going to, instead of casting a spell, I'm going to use Healing Light. Cool. So, I am, I'll give him 4 health. So you'll feel the warmth from Tam's hand on the wound, and his hand is soft, smooth, and warm, and I imagine that the wound on your arm will heal up as you watch, and he'll take his hand away and there you go. Do you have are you hurt anywhere else? Do you have any pain?
Oh, my head's not so great, but I'll have a couple of berries and then I'll be right.
Yes, I did notice. Maybe you've had a few drinks.
Yeah, my friend said it was really good, but I haven't. That's the first time I've drunk what they call alcohol. It wasn't what it was cracked up to be.
Well, rest assured, it's an acquired taste, but once acquired, it can be your friend. Anyway, shall we go to the Clearwater Inn?
Yeah, let's go.
I know. You're not very far off. You're maybe half an hour to an hour off. And there's no issues. You make your way there. Both of you are on foot. And yeah, it's just a little odd that you both are going in the same direction, but nonetheless, he's conscious, he's not bleeding, he's not dying, he's okay. And eventually you make it to the city of Broken Bridge, where you are all supposed to meet up in the Clearwater Inn. And Sean, you're the first one to actually arrive.
First thing I'm going to do as I approach, well, first of all, you see sort of a guy who is definitely weathered a bit more beyond his age. Grey down the side, 2 grey strips along his beard and hair down to his shoulders. And he sort of, as he approaches the inn, he's going to take in to see what sort of establishment is it. Does it look a little more run down, beat up, or something a little more higher class?
It's not high class at all. This is more on the lower end. The village of Broken Bridge itself looks more like a village than a city per se. There's maybe 20 buildings in this city center. There is ordinary stuff like a common goods and smithies and all that, but it doesn't strike you as a very luxurious place. The inn itself looks pretty run down too, but it is functional. The door is attached, kind of. Yeah.
Sweet. I sort of take all that in, look about, slowly walk up, make my way in through the door, and just peer around at the patrons before making my way over to the bar.
Yep.
And as I get close, is there anyone tending it at the moment?
There is a barmaid at the moment, a half-elf at the moment.
Okay. I'll approach and sort of just... greetings, ma'am. If I may have a moment of your time real quick.
Yeah, of course. How can I help you?
Well, see, I've come from another town, another place by the name of Mantle.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just here. I heard there was some work. People were looking for some folks in here. I found a little thing on the little notice board. Something about the Agents of Action. You familiar with this at all?
I've heard that before. That would be Baal. He's over in the corner if you want to have a chat with him. Funny little.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a weird name. I don't know. That's a lot, but yeah, weirdo. But he's the one who's looking for someone at least. So if you want to have a chat with him. Yeah.
All right. They're over in that corner, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'm going to turn, have a look. What do I see? What kind of figure do I see waiting over in that corner?
So in the room itself, it's a little darker than you would expect for the time of day, but most of the curtains are kind of shutting out all the light. There's a few other patrons in there, and some of them are just like farmers, and you can see that it's definitely not a place where nobility would arrive at any point in time.
Yep.
In the corner, you do see a big table, big enough for maybe 6 people. And then on the other side of the table, there's a little halfling fella He looks like he's pretty common, if you can say it
Yeah.
like that. He doesn't look well dressed or anything like that. His hair is kind of like, when you have like a crowning when you're just like a monk, half a monk.
Yep. Yeah.
He's just sitting there with a big beer, big ale, and just sitting there waiting. And there's a little Agents of Action name tag on the table at the moment that he has put there.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'll sort of just take a bit of a look around and then make my way over. As I sort of walk over, I look down at the sign and then look up at him and be like, I assume you're the person I'm supposed to speak to. Baal, was it?
Oh, that is definitely me. Thank you for dropping in. Sit down.
Of course. Yeah, I saw your notice. Thank you. I'm going to take a seat down. I believe you're looking for folks for some work. I'm a little shy on coin at the moment, and I think I could help you out.
I am sure we can help each other. That is really, really good of you. I'm still waiting for a few others to arrive. I think there's a few more coming. I hope.
Okay.
This is going to be awkward if it's only you. But maybe.
I can assure you I do well regardless of circumstance. So if it comes down to it, I'll still do the job. Whatever you need, friend.
Sounds good. Would you like a drink?
No, it's quite all right. I appreciate the offer, but I prefer to earn my own drinks. Thank you.
Oh, wow. This is part of the hiring. If you want the drink, you can have a drink. It's okay. I know these people, ish.
I mean, if you insist.
I definitely
sure.
insist.
I'll take whatever you recommend, friend.
We'll have another ale, please. And the young lady starts making another ale. And this point, Celeste walks through the door.
So, coming through the doorway to the bar, you see a kind of like a mid-sized, quite like rounder elf, not the type of elf that you would normally expect to see. She's got kind of a round face, lots of freckles, what kind of looks wild red hair as well, with really long, pointed, kind of sloping ears that slope back towards her shoulder. And she kind of steps through the door, looking around, and as she does, she'll walk forward, and from underneath the strap in her armor, she'll pull out this weathered bit of parchment and unfold it and kind of hold it up and look back down at the parchment again, and look up, and she'll glance around to see if there's sort of a gathering of people.
So far, there's not a lot of gathering of people. It's mostly individuals or couples of people sitting together. But there is a few different individuals. Some looks like farmers. You're not sure if that's what you're looking for. But there is also a distinguished gentleman sitting in the corner. And then on the other side of the table, there's a less distinguished gentleman.
I hold it up and look over towards them, and then walk over towards the bar.
What?
And kind of lean in towards the barkeep and kind of go, "Water, is that free?"
Oh. Sure.
Thank you.
Today it's free. But
That's
if you
awfully
come
kind
back
of
if you come back tomorrow, it will be a silver.
Absolutely. Just one glass, thank you. And then she'll lay the parchment out flat on the table and kind of slide it across, and then kind of gesture at the two men sitting at the table and kind of go, "Is that who I'm looking for?" And then she'll point at the parchment.
Oh yes, I believe that is Bathel in the corner there with his associate. Here's your water.
Thank you, I appreciate it. She give me a little bit of a wink, and then fold the parchment back up, take the water, and turn around and kind of slowly approach the table, keeping her eyes out and kind of taking in the sight before her.
Well, you arrive at this table and then you see Sean sitting with this little halfling fella. And as soon as you come a little bit closer than when you were at the bar, the young halfling fella is already looking at you. It's like, "Oh, hello! Oh, come over here and sit down."
Thank you. I appreciate the welcome.
No,
She'll
yes.
slide into one of the spare seats at the table, place her glass of water down. So, which one of you is Baal?
Oh, that's me. You can call me Baal. That works too.
Absolute pleasure to meet you. I believe you're looking for agents of action.
That is completely correct. I am looking for a few people who can sort of be my hands on in certain situations. Nothing too fancy, of course, but that would be nice.
Kind of look down at her hands and then hold them up and go, well, for a price, these hands can be yours.
And a
Fold them
price
back down in front of
you
her.
shall have. And that's
like
when these two gentlemen come through the door. Tam and Ingue finally arrived at the Clearwater Inn.
As we're walking along, Tam had noticed a tall, young furbolg that walks with a sense of confidence, but it's probably like his limbs are too long for where he expects them to be. Wearing like a really odd plant-based cloak and tunic that looks very much like a replica of like a leather armor, but made out of like a papery material. Carrying all the stuff that looks like a traveler, has a hand axe, has a shield, has a rucksack on his back, looks like he's all the things that don't quite look like they normally should. And he would walk probably too fast for Tam, and then have to keep stopping. And then as we approach the Clearwater Inn, would notice the sign and walk straight in and survey the room.
Right. As you both enter the room, you see what I described before. It's a bit of a rundown inn. There's some patrons around, most of them farmers, and people who wouldn't normally frequent a luxurious place, at least. It is functional. The floor is a bit dirty. There is some nails missing here and there, but it is functional. I mean, it is an inn after all. Behind the bar you see the half-elven woman. And in the corner you see these two individuals with a little halfling fella who's already smiling as soon as you go through the door.
Noticing that probably Celeste stands out as someone that's different, I would approach her and say, "Excuse me, miss, are you Balfour Bar?"
You do me a great honor, but unfortunately I am not. And then she'll gesture over towards the small halfling go, I think that's who you're looking for.
That will be me. Please sit down, both of you. Looks like we're all here.
Is everyone you were expecting?
Oh, I always expect more, but I mean, 4 of you is perfectly fine for this job, I think. So let's get down to it. I have a bit of a job, and apparently you all seem to be looking for one. Eh?
Indeed.
The money that goes along with it.
That is correct. So, because I don't know you and you don't know me, of course, there will be a little bit of a learning phase where we'll get to know each other, of course. This first job is actually quite well paid for a job of its significance. 30 gold is the pay for this job. Doesn't sound like much to some of you, but I'm sure that you can agree that that's a lot of money for people in this room.
That's a decent sum.
We will enter a partnership where I will take 1/5 of the income and you will take 1/5 of the income. It's a partnership where I fund you jobs and you do them, but we all get paid the same.
Understood. What, if I may ask, happens to the other 3/5?
Oh, no, there's 5 of us now.
Understood. My apologies.
Quite alright. It's confusing to me too. Sometimes I get up at night and I forget I have to pee. And then I go back to bed and wake up next morning really horrible. Anyway, yes. So I do have a job at the moment. It's an entry job because obviously we don't know each other yet and I don't know what you're capable of. It's fairly simple. In the Broken Bridge village, there is a man called William. He's a farmer, and he unfortunately hurt himself not so long ago lifting something heavy, and now he has injured his right leg, and because of that, he is unable to lift heavier items, and he has a delivery of grain coming, but he's unable to go to the mill to pick it up. So him and his wife, Anne, would greatly appreciate your help in assisting them to simply retrieve this grain from the mill and deliver it to their house.
I mean, that's exactly my kind of job, so I'm definitely in.
It should be fairly simple. Like, shouldn't be a lot of things that could go wrong, but that is the job, anyway. For the first part of this kinds of jobs will probably be what I can offer you. But as we rise in fame together as the agents of action, we can get better jobs, I assume.
So, just to clarify quickly, in your ad you said you're after agents of action, but I suppose in this circumstance you're acting as more of our agent.
Oh, no. You're the agents of action. I am the agent for the agents of action.
Right, thank you for that clarification. One other thing, I am new to this area.
Oh, yes.
I've never really had the pleasure of visiting this beautiful village of, what was it, Broken something?
Bridge. Yes.
Yes. Where is this mill? Is it quite a long walk?
Oh, it's about an hour away from here, but don't worry. Of course, you're not going to be able to lift all the grains, and bless you, whoever that was. You're not going to be able to lift all the grain that you need. So they have lent me their horse and cart, so to speak. So you would be able to use that to retrieve the grain. It would be a much more difficult job without that, considering the shipment is 10 bags of grain. So that would probably be a few days long of work if you're going to walk back and forth with it. And I have that waiting outside if you do agree that you are interested in this partnership, of course.
I'm happy to take that on. I've done these types of jobs before, so horse and cart seems like my kind of thing. I'm absolutely in.
I am more than happy to go along for the ride.
Right, Joe?
On the way here, I met some rather rude wolves.
Oh.
They're not going to be around for this job, are they?
I didn't hire any wolves, so I don't think so.
Okay, so it's just a carrying job, not a protection. No one wants to steal the grain.
I mean, if there's some low level of thief out there who wants to steal grain, I'm guessing that's the possibility, but I would be very surprised in this area as well. It's hardly the area for that sort of thing. It's a little bit off the forbidden track, so to speak. You asked me, by the way, Celeste, was it?
Yes, Celeste.
You asked me a little bit about the area. I can tell you a little bit about Broken Bridge because it's a bit of a weird story. The village itself is built by parts that was made for a bridge that never happened. So instead of getting rid of all the materials, they simply used it to build the city. So you can still find little weird nooks and crannies that looks a little bit like they belong on the bridge on some of these houses, but it was a good use of materials even though the bridge never happened, so to speak. I'm not sure if that's important to any of you or not, but I just thought it was a funny fact.
Look, if nothing else, it makes for a great story.
That is probably true, yes.
If anyone wants to trade in stories, at least we've got one for them now.
Very well.
You can trade in stories?
You can trade in almost anything, friend.
That is
right.
That is true. And as he smiles, you also notice another feature of him. He has a golden tooth. One of his teeth is a golden tooth, and yeah, he just looks like a charming fella. Anyway, so if you're interested, I have made some contracts that you can all sign, and then we work together.
Understood.
I'm in.
Everyone.
Where do I sign?
He starts handing out these pieces of paper with basically just, I agree that I'm an agent of action. Sign here, 1/5 of jobs payment goes to Baal. And then there's a location where the money needs to be sent to.
Well,
Is
all
there any
right.
mention of souls, or any mention of firstborn children, or any sort of mention of some sort of timeline or time frame that will be locked into this contract for, or is it just generic?
Nope, there's anything like that. It's pretty generic. It's not like other contracts that people may or may not have signed in the imminent past. But no, it seems like a simple contract. In fact, if from a legal perspective, there's probably a lot of loopholes in this contract because it doesn't really say much. But it is a contract after all.
Understood.
Celeste will kind of look over them and then kind of pat herself down a little bit and then look over towards Tam and go, "You look like the sort of man that would carry a quill or pencil."
Oh, yes, ma'am, I do. And Tam will reach into his. He has a pocket on his sleeve, and don't mind me. And he'll pull out what is actually a pencil. So it's like this, and he'll hand it over.
Oh, that's fancy. Sorry, I forgot my pen somewhere else.
She'll take it and then, with a bit of a dramatic flourish, she'll take and sign her name with a couple of swoops, like the really big C with all the fancy lettering around it, and kind of do it, and then with a big dot, and then she'll pass the pencil back towards Tam.
Oh, that's really well done. I mean, an X is enough, but that's cool.
I never do anything by the half, dear.
Oh, looking forward to that.
I'll sort of watch Tam with the pencil in hand, and just sort of, when you're done, sir, may I borrow that as well? Unfortunately, I don't carry much riding equipment on me, although I probably should.
Oh yes, always be prepared. That's what I think. So, and Tam will sign under Celeste. Very different to Celeste's signature. Very much just matter of fact, useful. Plain lettering without any flourish, and hand the pencil over to Jean.
Jean looks at these and sort of a little confused at the way they've done it. She just sort of puts an X and then hands it towards Ingue.
Ah, a man by my choice. I like it.
Ingue would draw like the symbol that's if you're noticing, would be the symbol of his totem that he's got on his neck. So he would just have a kind of just like a signature too, very easy to do, symbol that looks like a little face carved in wood.
Right, that's very well done, all of you. Thank you. And he signs a little, looks like an X, but because there's already an X, you can kind of see. So he makes it more like an X and a cross on top of each other, like a little asterisk. It's like, see, I can do that too. All right, we're in business. Thank you. I will get you a copy of this one day when I have figured out how to make copies of things. But anyway, I will keep this for now. So, there is a mill not so far away, as I did mention to you. The soaring mill, as it's called, because of the sound it makes, I guess. I don't know. If you could go there and you could retrieve the grain. I have a little ticket here.
Yes, sir.
And he hands a ticket over, puts it on the table, where it says order number 123. If you give that to the brothers at the mill, then they will start putting all the grains aside. You might have to put it into the cart yourself or get them to do it. That's up to whatever. Once you've done that, you can deliver it to William and his wife Anne at their farm, and just make sure that they're there when you deliver it, and then they come and inspect it and all that, and then have a chat. Maybe they'll give you some
sorry,
cake.
Mr. Baffle.
Just call me Baal.
Baal, excuse my ignorance. I wondered if you could tell me where is Mr. William and Lady Anne's farm. You haven't exactly explained where it is we need to go.
Oh, sorry about that. From here, you would have to go about an hour towards the north to get to the mill. once you come back here, and then you go 5 minutes to the south of here, there's a little village that says Jeremiah's farm.
So
just follow
we go,
that.
We go north to the mill, pick up the grain, come back here, and then head 5 minutes south
Yes.
to. Sorry, what was it? It was Jeremiah.
Jeremiah's farm. It's I think that was William's grandfather's name. That's why it's called that.
Understood.
So it's pretty close. It's like pretty simple, I guess.
Perfect.
And
Any
there's
other details we may need to know about this track, this journey? Any obstacles in the roads that way that we're aware of?
it's pretty clear as far as I know. Let me check my notes. So he hurt his right leg, yes. His wife Anne, yep. There's 10 bags of grain. I don't know if I mentioned that before. 10 bags of grain to be delivered. The Jeremiah's farm. Yep, no, I think I have given you all the information that I really have on this subject. Yeah.
Understood.
Just remember when you're out there that you're agents for me, so try to be a little bit, less destructive.
Can I pay attention to whether or not he's lying about whether he's given us all the information?
You can make an insight check. Dun dun dun! I am Batman.
13.
Right. It seems like he's given you the details that he has. It doesn't strike you as him lying specifically or leaving intentional details out of this.
Let's go then.
Right. Celeste will stand up and kind of raise her water towards him and then down it quickly.
Oh.
And place the glass back on the table.
I like it. When you come back here, I will pay you for the job. And, yeah, we're on to the next one, I'm sure.
All right.
There's a carriage outside. It has a beige top on it and just a horse with some green saddlebags on it. That's the one that you can use. And once you deliver the grain, just leave the horse there. It's theirs. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's hope to a good first job well done, eh? Right.
I hope so.
Well, you can get to know each other a little bit on the way, maybe. It's about an hour's drive away from here, so enjoy.
All right. As John sort of stands up, he downs the rest of his ale, spilling a little in his beard, as he does on occasion. Wipes it out, off and sort of dusts his shoulders off, and as he's sort of making his way off his chair, he's going to sort of turn to the others and just be like, before we head off, I just want to say my name is Jean Ordinfall, and hope we all work well together. Looking forward to the day and seeing what we can make of it.
Jean, it is an absolute pleasure to meet you. My name is Celeste Highcrest, and I'm sure that we'll get along absolutely swimmingly. She kind of look over her shoulder towards the two other boys and go, does anyone here actually know how to drive a horse and carriage?
I've never driven a horse and carriage, but is the horse nice?
What a strange question.
Question for the DM, if I may.
Yep.
Would I have to have proficiency in land vehicles to be capable, or?
Technically, yes, but I would say that animal handling can be used as well.
Okay. I've done it a few times, but it's not always worked out the most smoothly for me.
What about you? What's your name again? Sorry,
Tam Cawthon.
Tam.
I certainly can. It was always usually my father who drove the cart, but I've certainly had my time behind the reins. I could make a mess of it, I'm sure, but together I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Sounds
All
like
right.
a plan. As long as I don't have to touch those reins, I'm happy. I should get up and start walking towards the door.
I'm excited. I've never met a horse.
I mean, you never seen a horse, right? Or
No, I've seen them.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go meet that horse then. Why don't we? I'm gonna start making my way out the door too.
Yeah. I'm walking with Celeste.
Just on my way out the door, Tam will have a look around, and does anybody seem like anybody's watching us?
Make a perception check.
Nice. Oh, I do love rolling these dice. That's a 21.
21. There's two people in the room that are watching you. There's Baal watching you leave, and then there's the barmaid pretending to wipe down some glasses while she's definitely keeping an eye on you walking out of the door.
Does she seem like she has malice, or is she just looking at my ass as I walk out the door?
Probably the last one.
It's probably not the first time. Well, it's the first time for Adam, but it's probably not the first time for Tam.
But yeah. Other than that, you don't seem to see any issues with anyone else watching you, that you can see.
So when we leave, is it really obvious where the like horse and cart thing is? Which one? He said it has a tan.
Yeah, it has a tan cover and two like some green saddlebags in it. It's right next to the inn. It's parked right there, so you can kind of see it. You would have noticed it when you came in too, but it's just a horse and cart, so you wouldn't necessarily have looked for it.
So I'll walk up to the horse and I want to see whether he looks nice or not.
It's a female horse.
She looks nice.
She looks like she's probably seen better days. Might not necessarily be the healthiest of horses, but also not necessarily the youngest of horses. But it's a horse.
So I'll walk up to her and say, "Oh, you look like you've had better days, sweetheart." And I will offer her a good berry.
Okay. But you say this in common to her.
Yeah, so she can understand me, but I can't understand her.
She can understand you?
Yeah, plants and animals can understand me.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot about that. Yeah, she looks a little startled that someone's talking to her, and then she takes the good berry.
And I'll like pet her and have a conversation that she can't respond to.
That's okay. Do you talking to the right or the left ear? Asking for future reference.
Yeah, the left hand side. Yeah.
Left. Okay.
You look really fine. Oh, what a lovely coat you have. You're the best horse I've ever met.
She just stands there, eat the good berry, just waits.
Seeing this, I'm just going to sort of slowly approaching way from the side. Sort of, you seem to have a way with. I mean, you sure you never met a horse before? Because this seems to be going real well for someone who's never interacted with one.
Well, I think generally animals appreciate people who are nice to them. And just like everyone, if you're polite and you give compliments, and particularly, I mean, she doesn't look that great. And I gave her one of these berries, and they're pretty good at like being nourishing. You can see, in her forelocks that it's not. She probably hasn't had a good meal in a couple of days.
Yeah. Okay. Look, you ever sort of grabbed the reins of a cart before? Anything like that?
No, I haven't. Would you show me how?
I mean, I can give you some good pointers, but I mean, considering how much this horse seems to be reacting to you, that's the quickest I've seen an animal respond well to someone. I don't know about the rest of you, but should we give Ingue the reins, see how he handles that first trek?
I think that's a wonderful idea. And Tam is going to be, he'll just say this in the middle of checking over the wagon. He's going to be making sure it's all ship shape before we head out. Just doing the rounds as you would.
It looks like it's in okay condition. It's seen better days. It has a few holes here and there, but it's not about to fall apart or dangerous in any way. It seems okay. The top seems to be fairly new, like the sheet over it and such.
All right. Well, in that case, he's going to jump into the back.
Radio.
Yeah, Celeste, as Ingue was talking to the horse and Jean was speaking to him and Tam was doing his circulation around the car, she was already in the back, legs up on the, on the little seats in the back, and she's just kind of watching out at everyone, kind of keeping an eye out.
Fair enough. Radio.
Yeah, Jean's going to hop up if there's enough space at the front to sit next to Ingue.
Yes, there is.
Yeah. And he's going to sort of grab the reins and... All right, you ready to give this a go?
So these things. Okay, yeah. What do you do? Shall I ask her to go?
I mean, look, you can, but what we want to do is there's certain things you can do with these here, which will help you guide and steer the animal, because they obviously they can't understand the words we're saying, so we do this to sort of help them and imply certain things through our movements to sort of let them know where we're going or where we want them to go. All right.
Okay.
So take a grip of these. Now make sure you hold tight, because if anything happens, we hit a bad bump or anything like that, we don't want you to drop them. All right. And myself not actually having any idea how reins work on a horse properly. John, on the other hand, does his best to sort of describe sort of the whole, give it a crack to get them going and moving left and right.
All right.
As best he can.
Fair enough. Ingue.
And I would say to her, if you wouldn't mind, my dear, this is the first time I've ridden a horse. Can we go?
Make an animal handling check with advantage.
Yeah, like 21.
Jesus. Okay. Yeah, she starts moving. She starts moving almost immediately after you start talking to her. And she seems to be going in a pretty steady pace. Not fast, but steady. Seems like it's a bit of an older horse. So, as fast as you can.
Veer up this way and start heading north, right? So, I think if we head up this path here, it's probably going to be our best bet, at least from what I saw coming across here earlier.
Yeah.
And I guess off we go.
Yeah.
So for the next hour, you're on the road on the way to the mill. Does any of you want to do anything while on the road? Tam?
I think, as you might start to understand, Tam grew up around military people, and he spent his time in the military, so he'll be taking his time to systematically work through all of his gear and make sure everything is in good condition, and check through his herbalism kit and ensure that his blade is sharp and the string on his bow is well prepared, and he'll be working through it methodically, and but also of course keeping quite an eye out and just watching his companions as well.
Right.
So as I guess as Celeste watches him as she's in the back with Tam, she can't just be looking at him curiously as he's going through all of his belongings and kind of, are you looking for something? Did you forget what to pack socks?
Well, no, actually, I rarely forget to pack anything. Actually, I like to make sure everything is in good order. My father taught me to be prepared, and in my time when I was serving the kingdom, we were always trained to make sure everything was ready to go at a moment's notice. You just never know, you see. You should always be prepared.
That is a very good motto, and she kind of like hoist her knapsack up onto the seat beside her and go, well, once you get through with yours, if you're bored, feel free to rifle through mine and give it a bit of organising. It's a bit of a journey.
I wouldn't really. I wouldn't know where to start. I suppose if you really want me to, I could. Maybe you could tell me what's. I'm really not sure.
It's only if you get bored, darling. Don't worry about it. I just figured if you just look like you want to keep your hands busy. That's all. So I just figured, why not help out?
I guess I do have. I do like to keep busy, and do you don't happen to have a blade or something I could look over for you? I could sharpen or something.
I should kind of like turn around and out of the back of the corset, I should kind of like fiddle for a second, and then pull out one dagger, and then hand it over to her. She's kind of rifling around and reaching up to the small of her back, and kind of just, here you go. Take your pick.
Goodness. So what do the blades look like? Are they of good make or?
I wouldn't say they're necessarily of good make now, but they used to be a very, very good make. But the hilt has been wrapped in leather, and it looks like the leather is kind of cracked and worn a little bit. The blades themselves have had nicks shaved out of them. You can kind of see where their blades like dip a little bit. So they used to be very, very well made, but they've kind of, it's been a test of time.
I guess Tam would take the blade and, oh my goodness, these are very, very fine. I can see they've seen some use. Would you mind? I might have something here in my pack, and Tam's gonna reach in and grab like an ointment, like a liniment, and start to work it into the leather on the handle, and that'll keep him occupied. Then he'll sharpen the blade and work the leather, try to make both of them like they were his own, I guess.
There you go.
Kind of as we're going, Celeste will turn and kind of pull back the I guess like the tarp that's covering the top of the wagon, and kind of pull it open and poke her head through to speak to the two boys out front. Just kind of like look between them. Go, how's it going out the front here?
How do you think it's going, Ingue?
Can't hear Ingue very well.
Nope.
While that
Lost
was
his voice.
happening, Ingwe would have been like pointing out, like naming all of the like flowers and plants, and being like, so you know, Jean, the over there, that one's called Alstromera, but up in Chardonnay they call it a Peruvian lily. Down here they think it's a weed, and up there it's like a delicacy. Oh, wow, I've never seen one before.
That thing? That over there?
Yeah. In this part of the world, it's a weed, but like in Chardonnay, it's a delicacy.
I've always just known of it as a flower.
Yeah.
I mean.
Are you from Chardonnay?
I mean, no, but I just looked at it, and that's what it seems to be to me.
Yeah. Oh wow. Look over there.
Yeah.
Just like non-stop birds, insects, like description. Just.
Yep. So yeah, my response wouldn't really change when Celeste's head comes through, but the tone would change slightly. Just being, Ingue, why don't you say how you think it's going?
This is a lovely journey so far. Are we in a rush? Do we need to go faster?
I mean, do we DM? Are we going at a pretty decent pace?
It looks like if you go any faster, the horse is gonna suffer a bit.
Okay. I think we're all right as we're rolling right now. How's things going in the back for you guys? Not too bumpy?
No, not too bumpy. I've actually got Tam working on polishing up a couple of my blades for me, so it's going quite well.
No. Very kind of him to do so.
You said this is your first time, the navigating with the horse and carriage. Doing quite well.
Well, she's a pretty nice old bird, isn't she? I haven't
We're
found
talking
out what
about
her
a
name
horse.
is yet. Did you find out what her name was?
Sorry, the horse.
Yeah.
I didn't think to ask that question, but
Oh.
one of the exciting parts about that is that perhaps you get to name her.
Oh no. I'll ask her.
Can you understand what horse it? You know what? Kettle of worms. I'm not prepared to open.
Just a minute. I just need to concentrate on something, and then we'll go quiet for 10 minutes. The constant chatter would just like, unless you interrupt me, and then I'll respond.
Finally, you can hear birds again. You can hear little insects. It's almost like someone turned off loud music.
Sean sort of just sits there, keeping an eye on the road and his actions, make sure that whatever Ingwe's doing, not distracting him from the task at hand.
And then, unless anyone else has something to do in the next 10 minutes, you've had such a lovely journey. Would you mind telling me your name? And in that 10 minutes, I've cast Speak with Animals.
Huh? Who said that?
Anyway, I've been riding with you for 40 minutes.
Oh,
I've been talking to you the whole time.
is that the beaver?
Yes.
You're the beaver. I'm Luna.
Luna. Her name's Luna, guys.
Okay.
Thanks for. I mean, I've said it 1,000 times already, but thank you for taking us on this journey, Luna.
Oh, you're welcome. I've never seen a beaver this big before.
I've never seen a horse this big before.
Oh, now, I'm a woman. Be nice.
Ingwe, you feeling alright? The sun beating down on you. It hasn't been hitting you a little too hard. You don't want to jump in the back momentarily. I mean, you are talking to this horse a lot.
I've been talking to you a lot too.
Yeah, but I'm responding.
So's the horse. I had to cast the spell so that I could hear her, understand what she was saying.
Sean,
I can talk to.
Did you say Ingwe's talking to the horse?
So it seems.
Ingwe, are you okay?
Can I look around and see if there's another animal, like a sparrow or a squirrel or?
Yeah. There's some birds around that are kind of eating some stuff out of the ground and such.
Hey, my friends don't believe I can talk to animals. If you come here, I'll give you a treat.
This little pigeon looks at you a little funny, and then it flies over and sits next to you.
Here, there's a good berry, and take one for your children.
Oh, that's super cool, buddy.
I have a bit of a problem carrying this shit. Do you mind just tossing it over there?
What's wrong?
Hey, can you do something for me first? Can you go and fly up and land on the horse's butt? Luna, the bird's gonna come land on your butt.
That's kind of weird, but okay. And he flies over and sits on the butt of the horse.
You're a gentleman. And I throw the.
Is that
berry.
you, Jackson?
Celeste will look over her shoulder towards Tam and go, Tam, you have to come watch this. He's communicating with the wildlife. We're going to have an entire flock of birds following us in a moment.
Oh, that's a neat trick. So Tam will have a look. Ingwe, can you talk to all the animals?
Yeah, and the plants too.
Hang on. You talk to plants like the trees. What?
I mean, he's been telling me a hell of a lot about them. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, yeah, I understand trees as well. I can tell you the different names, of course, but I certainly
Can you
can't
understand
talk to-
trees?
Well-
I can't understand trees yet. I'm working on it.
No, I can't understand trees. No. sorry, I can't. But
Okay.
I certainly you can talk to trees.
It's very common where I'm from. The
course.
trees and the animals. Most of my family can turn into animals.
Hey, buddy, what about another bead, eh?
I'm sorry. I'm all out. But what about some bread?
All right.
I also don't have any bread. Anyone? Have you got some bread?
You know, Ingue, it's actually not good to feed bread to birds.
What? Why not?
It upsets their stomach.
Yeah, well, beer upsets my stomach, and I still want to have some more.
I suppose so. And Celeste will kind of reach back into the back of the cart and rummage through her backpack until she finds some rations, and she'll pulls out like a bread roll, but it's like quite crusty, and she'll rack her knuckles against it and then go, kind of pass it through the top and go, it might be alright on the inside, you might have to break it apart a little bit.
Yeah, break little bits and.
Yeah, this is all too crazy for me with everything going on. I mean, you told the bird to do something, and then it did it. And then now you're talking to trees. You know, I might go sit in the back for a moment. Tam, you said you worked the cart before, right?
Oh yes, I've certainly had my time.
Would you mind coming here, just keeping an eye on Ingue? Because he's been doing a great job so far, but I need to just. This is a bit too much for me.
Of course. And I pass the daggers back to Celeste. Yeah, I'll go and sit down next to Ingue.
I'll hop in the back.
These are meticulous, Tam, thank you. She kind of hold it up and like look at her reflection in the blade, and then tuck it back where they came from, kind of tucked in behind her corset. She'll sit back in the back with Sean.
Okay. Do you hand the bread to the bird?
Oh no, I'd break it up into little bits and like share it and tell them off for not sharing and stuff. Wait your turn. You've already had some.
Yeah, get to the back of the line, buddy.
But yeah, eventually they go off on their own. And you eventually arrive at the mill. You can now see it very clearly in front of you. Seems to be a little bit busy. There's a few other carts there and some other people. But it's not like a massive multi-dollar million-dollar company. It is definitely just a single mill making grain.
As we sort of like stop, I'm just gonna peer out the back, hop off, and immediately just stretch for a bit. I turn to the others and just be like, ugh, don't want to pull anything. Make sure you get your stretches in before we start lifting these things. Ugh.
Celeste will kind of half-heartedly do a little bit of a twist and kind of just mimic what everyone else is doing.
So Tam is going to jump spryly off the cart and land nimbly and come up and pat Jean on the shoulder. And it's okay, old man. If you get tired, you just let me take over, yeah?
Yeah, I'll be all right, friend. I think. Also, let's lay it easy on the old. I look older than I am, I know, but let's settle down, friend.
Of course. That's what they all say. And Tam will walk off to the mill.
I clock my head to the side. Just hold your tongue, Sean. Hold your tongue. Oh.
So
let's do it.
There's a few people working there. There is 5 men that seems to be working in the area, going back and forth. One of them is just taking people's numbers and telling them where to go. And there's some loading bays kind of set up where you can go and pick up the stuff and such. And it seems to be busy, but not like stressful busy.
Does it look like there's somebody in charge? Like one of the 5 men? Does it look like one of them is taking orders from anyone?
There's one guy that stands there and talks to people when they first arrive, and he's the only one who stays put. Everyone else moves around. So maybe.
Okay, well, I'll approach him. Yep. I'll say, well met, friend. My name's Tam Corthin. I'm here on behalf of William from Jeremiah's farm. He asked us to pick up order number 123. 10 bags of grain, I believe.
Oh yeah, do you have the docket? He did give you one.
No. Did yes, of course. Of course.
Tam, I saw you pick it up off the table. It should be in your pocket.
Of course. And I'll take out the docket and hand it to the gentleman.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. If you come with me, I'll show you where it is. And he takes you to one of those loading docks marked as 123, and there is a few bags of grain just stacked in the middle, already ready to go.
So I'll just whistle out to Ingue and wave to bring the cart over to where we are. I guess we'll put the bags of grain into the cart.
John's gonna walk over and definitely chuck one on each shoulder, and then sort of look up at Tam for a moment, and then grab another one and chuck another 2.
I feel like
on
this
each shoulder again.
This is how you get an injury.
Yeah, this is exactly.
Don't lift with your ego, lift with your back.
Exactly.
Just before we take the grain, Tam's dad was a farmer, and he knows what to look for when he's looking at sacks of grain, given that he packed 1,000 of them during his childhood. Just before he takes possession of the grain, I think he's going to just reach down and check out the sacks, make sure they're in good order, smell as well to see if the grain is fermented, see if it's fresh.
It smells like fresh grain. It doesn't smell like there's any issues there.
If I look around, does it look like the grain is fresh and that this place is in good order?
Yeah, they're producing it fresh, and it seems like most of what they produce goes straight into bags and then straight onto someone's cart. It doesn't seem to stay long.
Fantastic.
Some of the bags are a little worn because often they get reused. Some of them that are a little bit worn than others. I should have written this down, but can everyone just give me your passive perception for 2 seconds?
It's really, really high.
So that's 2.
It's the highest passive perception I've ever seen in your life.
Mine's
15.
Mine's 16.
16. Yeah.
And 15 from John. And what about Tam?
At least 13.
At least 13?
At least 13.
So is that 13?
13.
And Celeste?
I look at things the same as Tam, I'd say. We're the same level.
Don't be embarrassed.
We're always looking over our
16.
shoulders, hyper aware.
All right. Well, you investigated, and it seems to be okay. How long are you gonna spend on investigating the grain? We're just gonna go over the bags before you start grabbing them,
I'm just sort of it's just a cursory look, really. It's like I would be able to tell pretty quickly. All of those things, the smell, the look, judge by the place that I'm in pretty quickly. I've spent a lot of time in a mill around a granary, so I'm going to pick up one bag.
Yep.
And I'm going to nimbly. I'm probably going to move really quite quickly to try and get there before Jean, and then get back while he's still lumbering with the 3 bags that he's got.
So the one you pick up, actually, you notice that there's a little bit of a symbol kind of drawn onto it that you didn't see on the other ones. It's a little symbol of a half moon with a little bird sitting on it. It doesn't seem like the other bags of grain had that on it, but the one that you specifically picked seemed to. It also seems heavier than you remember grain.
Tam, you want to spend more time carrying it rather than looking at it. Come on.
So you said it was a half moon with a bird?
So it's like a half moon, and then there's a bird sitting on it. And it's just like a silhouette.
Celeste is like dragging one of the sacks of grain with, the boys kind of like walking past her, and she's just kind of dragging one, kicking it with her feet, going behind it and pushing it.
Ingue would have led the horse, and people that are good at handling horses, I don't actually handle horses, but like I imagine if you're turning them to the right, you stand on the left. Like I would be leading the horse perfectly into reverse and where it is, but like doing the wrong thing all the time, and you're like, what? That's not. If you stand on that side, they're supposed to go left, and they went right where we're supposed to go.
You're driving the trailer the wrong way.
Yeah. And then I would have gone to pick up a sack of grain and not been able to.
Very well.
Can I have a look around? I'm not going to say anything about the symbol, but I'm going to have a look around and see. Do I see that symbol on any other bags or on the building or anywhere else?
Make an investigation check.
That's pretty good. 20. Dirty 20.
You do see it on one of the other bags. You don't see it anywhere else.
On one of our other bags?
Yes.
Okay, so once I get back from dumping the first one, I'm going to go pick up that one as well.
Yep.
Does that bag have the same sort of heft, the same sort of unusual weight that the first one did?
Yes. It seems to be similar.
Is it heavier than it's supposed to be? And I'll go over to the one and see if I can lift the not so heavy one. Oh yeah, this one's easier.
they're pretty heavy, but it's okay. You can kind of, as an adult person, you can lift them with a little bit of strain.
A bag of grain would probably be between 40 and 60 kilos.
Yeah,
Yep.
and the one that you seem to be finding those symbols on seems to be a bit more, maybe 10 kilos more at least. You can definitely feel a difference.
Okay, I'm going to put them in the cart, and I'm not going to say anything yet to anyone. I'm going to keep that to myself until we've moved away a little bit.
Right. The rest of the bag seems to be lighter. It seems to be taking a little bit of time to get all these bags of grain onto the cart, for some more than others. But eventually you manage to finish the job.
Jean did 3 trips before Celeste could even finish her one. Just gone back and forth.
Yeah. But yeah, it does seem like the job is done.
All right. I think we've done a pretty decent job here. We got
Yes,
it.
good
You
job,
counted?
team.
That looks like 10 to me. I can get one of you to double check, make sure I'm not seeing things. I feel a little lightheaded. That's not important right now, but might just sit in the back for the first half of the journey. Anyway, Tam, you guys get to take the front again.
I think I'll walk with Luna.
So I'm going
Okay.
to go over to the man that we talked to at the beginning,
Mm-hmm.
and I will I'll approach and say, well, friend, I think we've got what we came for.
Right.
Is there anything else before we go?
No, it's already been paid for, so it's just a pickup for you guys, I guess.
Okay. Do you usually send grain of this measure to William down at Jeremiah's farm?
Yes, actually, his wife does a lot of baking, and she sells it on the markets. So there is some aspect of that, I guess, that's involved with that. I haven't seen them in a while though, but they're probably busy.
I've heard actually that William has hurt himself. Actually, that's why we're here.
Oh no, what happened?
I'm not exactly sure. I'll be sure to ask him when we get there.
All right, well, say hello for me. It's been a while since I've seen the old bugger, but if he hurt himself, that might be bedridden.
Who can I say is greeting?
Oh, I'm Carl. I'm Carl Finian. Me and my brothers are running this place.
Carl, it's a pleasure to meet you, Carl. And your last name Finian, yes?
Finian, yeah.
Carl, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you.
You too.
Thank you. And I wonder, is it normal to send somebody else to pick up your grain for you?
I mean, if you're injured some people, they hire stable hands just to do that.
Of course.
It happens from time to time. Sometimes people like to send their children to do the heavy lifting just because they want to teach them a lesson.
Of course. We're making our way from here down to Jeremiah's farm.
Right.
Have you heard anything about the path? Is there anything we should be concerned about?
Well, no, not really. It's pretty straightforward. This place isn't too bumpy. It's rather flat. There's some hills here and there, but you don't have to go over any of those.
Okay.
You'll be fine.
Okay. Oh, well, fantastic. Thank you once again, Carl. We'll be off now, and I hope to see you again soon.
Rightio. I'll see you next time, I guess.
Maybe. I'll see you when I'm looking at you.
That makes sense actually. Yeah, sure. Ready?
So I guess we'll make our way back to Shady Creek Run.
Broken Bridge.
Broken Bridge and the Clearwater Inn.
Radio.
Aren't we going to Jeremiah's farm to drop off
Yes, we go via the Clearwater Inn. Actually, we make our way back south and go to the Clearwater Inn, and then from there we head a little bit further south to Jeremiah's farm.
Tam, this is why I'm glad you're paying attention.
I do my best.
Fair enough. Well,
Are we ready to go? I'd be standing at the front with the horse.
yep. How long does your
Not
talk
on the
to
cart.
animal thing work?
Nah, my talk to animals is gone.
Gotcha.
I mean, she can still understand me. I just can't understand her.
Radio.
But I've tried to pull the heavy. Actually, I don't. We've just added a lot of weight to that cart. I don't feel comfortable riding. I'll walk next to Luna.
Right.
I think it's a bit unfair for us to all hop on.
Celeste is like hanging out the side of the cart. She's like, "That's very noble of you, Ingue."
Ingue, she's a horse. It's her job. This is what she does. This is why she's here.
That's all right. I've got legs.
You do indeed, my friend. And Tam has no intention of getting off the cart.
Neither does John, as he pulls out his axe and uses it as a stick to help him stretch his back.
So, if Ingue is going to be walking with the horse, who would be the best candidate out of you two fine gentlemen to actually steer it?
I think Tam will do a fantastic job.
Oh no, I'll steer her.
But don't you
I'll
need to
keep
be
telling her where to
holding
go.
the reins? No?
Yeah, I can hold the reins.
I'll toss the reins down to Ingue then, because they'll be from her bridle. They'll be up the back of her neck. I'll toss the reins down to Ingue, and I guess I'll put my feet up on the board.
Radio. It seems to work. She actually seems to respond to what he's doing. Even though it's a little bit of an unorthodox method, it does seem to work for some reason. Not sure if it's just her or if it's because he's talking to her or if she can understand it, but yeah, seems to be working. So
I will pull out. I'll put dirt on my face, like that, and then I'm walking as fast as the horse is walking.
Alrighty. Seems to be going at a pretty high pace considering someone's walking right next to it, but it works. So, who is sitting where in this cart at this current moment? Sean is stretching his back.
Yep.
Celeste is like, she made herself a little recliner out of the bags of grain, and she's just sort of like leaning back on them.
Jean is sitting on I imagine the hardwood little stool on the side, and is trying to keep his back as straight as possible.
There we go.
So Tam is sitting up on the seat with his feet on the toe board, just looking around. Obviously, he doesn't have to do anything because he hasn't got the reins. But I think he'll probably be keeping an eye out now that he's got the goods. I think he's going to start taking his job a little more seriously. Not that he wasn't before, but now that he's going to be trying to keep an eye out, just making sure that nobody's approaching.
Okay. Celeste, as you're sitting in the back, you notice a little bit of a trickle on your shoulder, and some grain spilling out from one of the bags onto your shoulder. It's not a lot, just a little bit. And as you look, the bag seems to have something in it that's kind of shiny. Not just grain, but shiny.
I'd like turn and kind of not try and rip the bag open, but just sort of like peer in and see if she can see, what does it look like, metal or stone or...
It's a piece of gold.
Just kind of like go around. Hey, boys.
Yep.
We were collecting grain, weren't we?
Yep. That was the job at hand.
That was the deal. I thought it was a lot of money to collect some grain, but here we are.
Well, do you think that one of the boys at the mill might have accidentally lost their coin sack in one of the bags?
Have you actually? Now that you mention it, I noticed that there were two bags actually. Two bags. Does that bag you're looking at happen to have a silhouette on there of a moon and a bird? I noticed that one of those bags is a little bit heavier.
It does.
DM, does it? Yes, actually, it does. Like a little crescent moon with a little bird perched on the end. What should I do? Should I just close it back up and pretend like we didn't see anything?
Oh,
I think that's best.
Hang on now, friends. I think we came to an agreement. We signed a contract for a delivery of a particular type of thing. I don't want to be delivering nothing that we're not supposed to, nothing shady, because all that does is bring in deal problems. You mind showing me this grain real quick? And I'm gonna slip my big axe onto my back and pull up a little
Clamber on
hand
in,
axe.
plenty of room for all of us.
Sort of make my way over.
Just kind of like pull the little seam apart so that he can see inside. See, look, there's a gold coin just resting.
Shit. All right.
What?
One's gonna sort of reach forward and press the grain on top and try to feel if he can feel a difference in texture, something that doesn't quite feel like grain in a bag.
You can feel more coins inside.
Across the
Celeste
entire
is holding
surface.
her hand over the hole so it doesn't all spill out as he's like pressing into it. She'll be plugging the hole with her hand.
Seems like it's a mixture between grain and gold coins.
God damn it, I think we got ourselves mixed up in something we don't want to. And I'm gonna just slide the corner, which is sort of torn, the little bit that's open, forward in a way where I try to aim it to as the floor. I don't want it like pointed out the back of the cart or something like that. And I'm gonna hook my axe into it and just cut a slit about yay long across it.
Well, hang on.
Inside.
Maybe they just gave us the wrong bag.
There's quite a few gold in there.
We're delivering more gold than what we're getting paid for. A lot more. I'm going to sort of attempt to just close it and push it back up so not as little of it spills as possible.
I can repair that bag so nobody will be any the wiser.
You bring a sewing kit with you?
Of course.
Oh, by all means.
Always
I
be
think that's
prepared.
best. I mean, I'm liking you more and more. Yeah, by all means.
So I will. I'll here. Uh, John, if you want to take over, I mean, not there's much to do, but you could keep an eye out, and I'll repair these bags. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'll take a look. Pop out. I'm going to keep my eye on the edge. Now more worried than ever.
Yeah.
Wonder why. So you're sewing it up. Can you do a performance check for me?
Can I possibly, DM, be nice to me? Can I possibly use medicine because I'm very adept at sewing sutures?
All right, that's an interesting. That's an interesting way to interpret it. But yes, sure. I guess that makes sense.
I love you, Tom.
Hessian, skin, tomato.
I'm really good as a physician, actually. I can sew people up. I used to do it on bags.
Nice. Oh, actually, I mean, I have the same modifier, so I don't know what. Oh no, I've got my proficiency bonus as well, don't I? So that's a 19.
19. All right. Did someone summon an elephant?
It's a weird bird out here, but other than that, you look all right.
Ingwe, do you know what that was? Is that one of your friends?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a greater wood pigeon. You can see it up there.
Nature is absolutely beautiful.
Very well. So when the trumpet bird leaves, you're on on the road again. And,
So how did I go sewing up the bags so they look alright?
Pretty good. It looks like someone has professionally stitched up.
All right. Once it's sort of done with that, and I've mulled a few things over, I'm gonna sort of turn my head back over my shoulder and sort of just look, guys. I don't feel particularly comfortable with what we've just found in those bags. Now, like you said, maybe they gave us the wrong bag, but that tells me that if they did give us the wrong bag, they're working with something where they're delivering some money in large sums, which tells me they don't just work with grain over there.
Well, maybe they're delivering it to a bank.
Sure. I mean, yeah. Why? Look, I don't think anyone who has that much gold in a single instance is gonna accidentally give it to anyone.
I did check. I spoke to them and I said, "Are these the bags?" And it's all by the book. We certainly picked up the right bags. We didn't. There was no mistake on our part.
All right. Well, I keep an eye out, but just so you're all aware, I ain't 100% on with this now.
Hey, John.
Yep.
I know that we're often confused at each other's confusion.
Very much
What-
so. Carry on.
When you showed up to get the job, what kind of job did you expect to be getting?
Well, I mean, I'm up for all sorts of labor, but I don't know. When we're told one thing and suddenly something else happens along, I don't like that. That's the part I'm not happy with. If the job
So-
was to deliver gold, I'd happily be going along with it right now. But
Okay, I was just checking because that's what I wanted to know. Is it the gold the problem, or that they lied? Do you think he would trust us if we knew that it was gold? Like, couldn't we just?
that's none of my concern. He wants to put out a job, and he wants to find people he can trust. It's the job at hand. I don't like being lied to, and
Okay.
with what's being given to us, we were told to deliver grain. The fact that we are clearly not delivering only grain is what irks me, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought it was clear that we weren't delivering just grain, and that's why they were giving us so much money.
Fair enough. I just thought it was a lazy person being lazy, not wanting to do it themselves. But then, of
Yes.
course, we've got William with the injury, so I've dealt with all kinds in my life.
So, what do you want to do? Because they lied to us, does that mean we get to keep the gold?
I think that's the worst possible choice we could do.
I'm so confused.
I think me and you are going to be having those moments a lot.
I'm definitely not down for stealing anything. I think we should just we just make our way to Jeremiah's farm. We give William his giant sacks of gold, and we go back to the inn, and we get our money and off our way.
I have another option, which I'm going to run by you guys real quick. You let me know what you think. We're heading past the Clearwater Inn on the way, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Want to make a little pit stop, go inside, grab ourselves a drink, and maybe find our little agent and inquire with them, perhaps. See if they're aware of the circumstances and what's going on.
Okay, John. I'm with you. I think I'll stay with the wagon, and you can go in and maybe have a chat with our agent and see what you can't see. Yeah.
Everyone else in agreement?
Well, I suppose he didn't tell us directly not to look in the bags, so we didn't break any rules. I'm just asking for clarification.
It was a very loose contract now that I'm looking back at it.
What?
What, do you think it's some sort of a stitch-up?
I don't know what it is. I just don't like being lied to. Not like this.
Well, worst case scenario, we still got our pay at the end of the day. We can always take it out of the bags if we need to.
If our contract is for 10 bags of 2 more bags of wheat, haven't we fulfilled our contract?
Are you saying to pull some kind of switch?
I think that's a terrible idea.
I mean, we went through that. That's stealing with more steps.
I think anyone who's hiding what has to be several hundred gold pieces is probably going to be quite cross if we take those off them, and they could afford to hire us for 30 GP. Look at John, he's a bloody unit. If what's going to happen if we take 500? They're going to hire somebody else even bigger than John, and then we're all in strife.
Good point.
All right.
Right. So, plan, we go back to the inn, talk to our good old friend, Mr. Baal, and see what's up.
All right. Let's do it. I imagine we're not too far now anyways, but...
No, you are actually almost there now because you spent a bit of time talking. Yeah, you arrive in front of the inn.
All right. As we sort of pull to a stop, I'm going to hop off the back, just put my hand down, just making sure that my axe is secure at my waist.
Mm-hmm.
And then sort of look back. None of you have to come if you don't want to, but it's always best to have another set of ears there.
Jean, as much as I trust you to go in there by yourselves and handle all of our business, I'll come with you just for moral support. And you can take a d6 of bardic inspiration.
Much appreciated. All right.
Not that you need me standing there with you, but
No,
I
but
can't hurt.
that's it. The extra ears are always useful.
Tam's going to jump down off the wagon, check over the wagon, and try not to look like he's keeping an eye out, being super vigilant, but also being super vigilant.
Okay, make a perception check.
Can Ingue do it?
Can I?
I'll mention to Ingue. I think you should keep an eye out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that we're not in some little bit of danger.
You can both make a perception check.
Mine's dirty 20.
Right. It does not look like anyone is watching you. It looks like it's a little village. It doesn't look like anyone gives two shits about a cart full of grain. Tam, you, because the way that you worded what you were doing, you notice that there isn't 10 bags, there's 12.
I wouldn't have. I guess I didn't count them at the mill.
You weren't focused on counting them at that time, but there is 12 bags instead of 10.
And when we loaded them, they were all in one pile. It's not like we accidentally
Nope.
took something from somewhere else.
More specifically placed in that dock.
Makes sense.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to go over to Ingue. Ingue, you seem like a man of learning. Do you have a way with numbers? Can you count?
Yeah, for sure.
Can you just cast your eye over the bags in the back of the cart? Are there 10 or more?
There's a dozen bags.
Yes. We were supposed to get 10, right?
Yeah, but there's the 2 extra ones with the
I
with the gold in them.
Yeah, but I didn't know there were 12. I thought there were 10. Anyway, did you know there was 12?
Yeah, of course. We picked up 12 from the start.
No, we were supposed to pick up 10.
DM, we just picked. There was just 12 in a pile, right? Like,
Yep.
I wouldn't have. There wasn't like there was 10 and someone's magically snuck them in.
No, you
Like,
picked
if
up
I
all
was-
of these bags, but you just didn't count them.
Yeah, so I just would have noticed that there was 12 and then not commented.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, there was 12.
Of course.
So
Of
there's
course.
10 bags of wheat and 2 bags of gold.
Okay. Anyway, keep an eye out. Yeah.
Right. Anyway, keeping going. So Sean and Celeste, or just Sean going in?
I believe
And
that.
Celeste.
Yeah.
And
Kind of
Celeste.
hovering behind his shoulder.
Okay. You enter the inn and he's not there.
You see him?
No.
Ugh.
Excuse me, bar lass.
Yes, patron lass?
The man that was here before that we met with earlier. Where
Yes.
did he scurry on off to?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not his agent. I just have him come in here sometimes and hire people.
Do you know approximately when he left?
He left almost right after you guys.
The little
Interesting.
sign still on the table.
No.
She kind of
This
look
may
at
make things
Jean,
more difficult.
like her eyebrows raise a little and tilt her head. Have we been bamboozled?
I feel like definitely something. What's your thoughts?
My thoughts is that he's trying to get the hell out for some reason. He did say that we could find him back here.
Well, he comes
That's what I
back and such every now and then. I've seen him with plenty of different individuals. He's just not here right now.
Can I ask another question?
Yes.
When was the last time he met with a group of individuals and had them all gather around the table and sign a contract?
Oh, about a month ago or so?
And did you ever see those individuals again?
Yeah, they come back from time to time.
Right, okay, so he's not murdering them, which is a good sign.
No,
I
he's
mean-
not that type of person. I don't think so. He's a little weird, but not like that.
I just like to, tick all the boxes.
Okay, well, as far as I know, at least. I mean, maybe you're special, you know.
And darling, you can count on that. I'm going to walk over towards where he was sitting before and just kind of cast my eye around and just on the off chance that he's left something behind or if there's something there.
doesn't seem to be anything there. It's just a seat on a little bench.
Jean right now is 100% like that meme with that woman who's sort of just looking around and there's just all the algebra flying towards her. He's just confused and has no idea what to do next.
I'll make you one.
Celeste will look back over towards the bartender and say, "Do you know where he stays? Is there like a lodge house or something around here where he hangs his hat?"
Actually, no. I don't know much about him. We just have an agreement that he pays me a little bit, and then he can use this place as his, I don't know, hiring agency, I guess.
Like his headquarters.
I wouldn't call it that much. He's not there that often, but in a way, I guess.
Are there rooms for rent in this beautiful village?
There certainly is.
And where would we find those?
Well, here, upstairs.
Oh, here. Right. And then Celeste will turn back and look at John. Should we go and ask the others?
Yeah. Yeah, let's go see what they think of this. I'm just mulling a few things over. All right, yeah, let's go.
Got that strange feeling running up and down my spine, you know?
Yeah. I think I got that too. All right, let's go find him. Head outside to the others.
So,
Yeah, go
sorry.
for it.
No, Jean,
No.
please.
No.
No. All right, fine, if you insist.
By all means.
Ingue, Tam, could you, can I have your attention very quickly? Our friend, Mr. Baal, is not here presently. We have no idea where he's got to. The lovely lady behind the bar also has no idea where he's got to. So if either of you have any ideas where we could possibly find him, or... I've never been to this village before, so I'd have no idea where to even start looking.
Well, wouldn't he be at the farm?
I mean, he could be. They said it was only 5 minutes south. But
If he's asked us to deliver some gold to...
Yeah, I mean... We've been through this. He didn't ask us to deliver the gold, but I see what you're saying. Carry on.
But I think he did. Well, so I'm so confused. Do we want to, like, there's 10 bags of wheat and 2 bags of gold.
No, there's 10 bags, which 2 of them have gold in it.
No. There's 10 bags of wheat and 2 bags of wheat and gold. Altogether, that's 12.
We were meant to grab 10 bags,
Jean,
and so we went for
12.
the jar.
There's 12 bags.
No, I checked this before we left. I had a quick little count over.
So I was right. We did accidentally grab extra bags.
I'm going to go count again. Just now to prove them all wrong. They're all crazy. They don't know what they're talking about.
So we did grab extra bags. We've taken someone's wages.
I know they were definitely all in one pile. It's not like that we took them by accident. We went over to here and took other bags from over here. It just happened to be that there were 12 instead of 10, and we put them on the wagon and off we went. Jean, did you count them when we were at the mill?
I thought I did. I sat on the back and I sort of, I mean, and I'm not the best accountant, but I went over it pretty quick. And so I said before I hopped in, I said,
you do remember that there was this moment where... You do remember there was this moment where you got distracted because you wanted to prove to Tam that you were not an old man, and then for a second you lost count. But other than that, you're pretty sure that was 10, but...
Without a doubt, exactly what happened, for sure. Yeah, no, I'm fairly certain. I mean, it's 10. I need to use I could use my fingers if I needed to. But I mean, God fucking damn, I guess that doesn't change anything.
What if it was a test to see how observant we are, and we've just failed?
What if it was a test to see how honest we are?
Oh, Tam.
Once we discover, and I mean, as we were always going to do, well, maybe not always, but here we are, to see whether or not we do the right thing, and we
Take the gold back to the mill.
No. What I thought we would take the wheat. We would take what we've got from the mill, and we'll follow through with our job, as
And
we were
take the
employed
gold
to
for
do.
ourselves.
No.
This is
You
going
know
to be
what?
a fun trip. We all got different opinions on things here.
I just wanted to see the look on Tam's face when I said it. To see the colour drain from his face. It was quite amusing.
I'm sorry. I guess we can. I'll go with the group. Yes.
Alright, so we'll go back to the farm, say, here, we got your 10 bags of grain. Also, did you know that there were 2 extra bags that were put on the pile? We thought we'd just bring those along just in case because they were in the dock 123. Here's your delivery, pay us our gold.
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Look, I think Ingwe's taking it back to the mill might be the best, but that's a lot of time we ain't getting paid for. So, while I'm not 100% happy with it, let's do it. Let's take it to the farm.
Well, what happens if we take it back to the mill? We just say,
Here's
oh,
your gold
oops.
you accidentally gave us. See how that responds.
Well, I did check in with Carl before we left, and I said to him, was there anything else, and is it all in order? And when I arrived, I said, Carl, is everything in order? And we go to this dock, and he said, yes, 123. So we did our due diligence, and here we are.
I mean, yeah, but like I said, accidents happen. I counted to 10, or so I thought, and that didn't go well.
Well,
So
I
perhaps
I
Carl
didn't
made a
count.
mistake too.
There was definitely 12 we put in.
Yeah, all right.
Apparently
Let's.
so.
Ingwe, you are the designated counter of the group. From this point forward.
I agree.
All right.
Okay.
Let's.
Right, so climb back in the back of the cart, set myself up, got my hand on one of the bags of grain with the gold in it.
I'm gonna follow suit from. Actually, no. I think John this time is gonna sort of make his way to the front and just be like, "I'll sit out front again if you all don't mind. I'm gonna keep an eye on things."
I'm going to put the back of the cart down. So at the back where there's a door, I guess, like a part that comes up like the sideboard or the back of it. I'm going to put that down and I'm going to sit with my legs hanging over, looking behind us as we travel forward.
Right. No problem.
All right.
So who's driving?
I'll do the walking thing again.
Rightio. She keeps responding to you. You made a good impression, apparently. And then you are heading towards the farm?
The farm.
Farm. Yeah.
Right. Yep. You head down this little side road as well. It goes towards where you were told that this farm area is. And after not more than a few minutes, you see signs leading you to Jeremiah's farm. And there's a few other little little village houses here and there. Some of them are farmhouses and such. Seems to be just a general area of a lot of farming as soon as you get outside of the city core, or whatever you want to call the middle. And eventually you arrive at what looks to be Jeremiah's farm. Small little farmhouse. There is some cattle in the nearby farms and such like that, but there is a little house there. And there is a light on the inside.
Before we get off or anything, I'm just gonna sort of lean back and try to quietly say into the thing, just, if we're tasked with offloading it from the cart, why don't we leave those 2 bags for last and see, just keep an eye on them, see if they're keeping an eye out for something in particular. Count 'em
Sounds
off
like a
10.
plan.
All right.
Right.
Ingwe, want to follow
Yeah.
our lead when we're
I'll keep an eye
offloading,
out.
yeah?
How about I stay with Luna?
That sounds good to me too. All right, shall we?
Of course.
hop
So
down.
can I see anyone around? Like, has anyone noticed our arrival?
Make a perception check.
Can't see much. I'm a bit worried about us getting caught. I rolled a 5.
Okay. You just see that there is movement on the inside of the house, like someone's looking out the window, but you can't really make out what's going on.
Should we go?
So I'll keep leading Luna up to the house.
There's a little bit of a area where you can see that the cart has probably been positioned before, right next to the side of the house.
Alrighty. As we get there, I'm going to hop off.
Right.
Sort of make my way over towards the door, see if anyone wishes to follow me down. Let's go see William. Shall we?
As you jump off, the door opens and this elderly gentleman comes out. He has a bit of a limp on his left leg and he's coming towards you, but has a smile on his face.
William, by chance?
Oh, hello! Yes, thank you so much for doing this for me. I had an injury and I hurt my leg, so it's not really easy for me to carry things at the moment.
Oh, I can see that little hobble in your step there. I hope you recover well, friend.
Oh, yes.
The name's Sean.
Oh, well, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Do you mind putting it down outside? And then once you have done all the lifting, I can give you something to eat or some coffee maybe. My daughter Anne, she has made some bread.
Very kind of you. So where would you like us to drop these off?
Oh, just drop them off to the side of the house there. We can take it from there, I guess, little by little.
All right. We'll get that sorted in a moment. We'll just get our affairs in order and then get right to it, friend. Once you make yourself comfortable inside, we'll come knock and let you know when we're done.
All right. And he yells into the house, Anne, can you make some tea and some bread for these lovely young people? But he stays outside and just watches you as you unload the grain.
I'm going to make my way back and hop into the very back. And I don't know if anyone followed me or not, but I'm going to encourage them to do the same.
I'm already in the back.
Yeah, I would have followed John up to the door and up to where we met William, and I guess I'll follow his lead and climb back into the car.
I think I'll stand out and put my head in.
Ingue, yeah, I'm glad you're here too. So Tam and I just went up, had a little chat. I'm going to sort of lower my voice and try to be a little quiet and discreet in that. It may be a small thing. He's an older man than I expected. Could have been a slip of the tongue or something. But Tam, you heard the same thing as me, right? He said his daughter Anne.
He did. I noticed that, and when we were speaking at the beginning with Baal, he did say it was William's wife, didn't he?
That's what I heard. Also, a man his age, I don't know if he's carrying rice or grain, all that often.
No, I don't believe so. No.
Well, in defense, just to play devil's advocate for a moment, it isn't that uncommon for someone to be named after their mother or father. So potentially there could be 2 Annes in the household.
You're right. This whole circumstance got me a little on edge. So maybe I'm overthinking it, but I don't know.
I'm with you, John. I'm with you. I certainly did notice there was something awry, and you know what? Given everything that's happened to this point, I have to admit I'm on edge.
Yeah, I'm glad someone else is thinking like me right now. So that's good. Why don't we start? We offload these. We'll get all except the 2, and drop them down where they need us to.
Mr. John.
Yeah. Anyway.
The only problem is if you get all except for the 2, we're still leaving the cart here.
No, I know. I just wish to see how they respond if they see the 10 bags of grain as ordered, and that's it. See if they
Look,
question
say
anything
no
before we
more.
go.
Say no more. I will stay here with the cart. It's not a
Um,
problem at all.
Celeste, I had another idea. I wonder, what if this isn't William, and there's something else going on, something untoward. Maybe one of us could go inside and just have a look around, and maybe William's tied up. Maybe Lady Anne is tied up somewhere inside, and here we are working outside here unawares, and could maybe. I mean,
What
of
should
course.
I do? Go and ask them to use their loo?
I mean, you seem like a very creative lady, and maybe you could go and offer to see if they've got decent coffee. I'm not sure, but whilst whilst Jean and I are moving the grain, you could go in and I'm not sure. Maybe I'm being paranoid. I'm not sure. I guess there's a lot of gold. If there's, I believe there's probably close to 20 pounds of gold here. That's an awful lot of money.
I understand your reaction. I see where you're coming from. I think it's just best we be wary whatever we do.
What do you think,
Why
Celeste?
don't I can go inside and offer to help and make the tea.
And look, if somebody's in there dead and there's a body lying on the ground, then you let us know and we'll stop.
I'll just do this, and I'll cast message at Tam and go, there's a dead body.
Did
You didn't do anything. You just
That's
you
a-
said you'd do something and then you didn't.
she
I'll
did?
do
She
this, and I'll look at Jean and I'll cast message and I'll go, there's a dead body.
What the hell
did you
was
just
that?
talk in your head?
Yeah,
talked in my
I
head.
don't like it. I don't. You
Look,
you
no,
do
stop,
that to
stop
Tam. You
talking
don't need to
out
do it to
loud.
me.
Stop talking out loud. I'm getting feedback.
This is why I don't like no magic. It's too confusing.
It's a very nimble
Celeste,
trick.
Celeste, you can tell me.
I'll look at Ingue and I'll cast message and I'll say, your hair looks lovely today.
Thank you, my dear, and so does yours. In my head.
Alright, so I'll go in and I'll say, the sun is just too hot. Might I come in and help, prepare the tea for these fine gentlemen that are unloading the carts? Do the whole swooning thing. And
I think
if
that's
I
an
see
excellent idea.
any dead bodies, red alert. 1, 2, 3, dead body, dead body, dead body. You guys drop what you're doing, come and save me and,
Yeah.
And I'll ask Luna if anything's weird. This is her home.
do you reckon she gets inside often? Not important.
Right.
That's,
I mean,
right.
maybe.
And I'll turn, look at the boys, give them some thumbs up, turn around, and then walk up towards the house where I saw Jean go earlier. William's still outside, is he not?
Yeah, he's still standing there watching over the work. The door's open.
Kind of clamber out of the cart, walk up towards him and go, William, I presume.
Oh, yes. What's your name?
Celeste.
Oh, nice to meet you, Celeste. Thank you for doing this. I guess you got the boys to do all the heavy lifting, eh?
Absolutely. These arms are not made for lifting, unfortunately. I was wondering, though, perhaps my associate over here, they said that your daughter was preparing some tea. I thought maybe I'd pop inside and just help her prepare that while the boys are unloading.
Oh, yes, she's a very good chef and really good at baking. So there's some cookies maybe too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Look, more than happy to help her set that up for her, and we can get it ready for when the boys are done. They can come in, have something to eat, and then we'll be on our merry way.
Oh, yeah, sure, of course. Thank you so much for doing this. I don't know what I would do without you. It's hard to collect grain when you can't really lift anything at the moment. And he claps his
Absolutely.
leg.
I'd do the same thing if I had to go and carry 10 grains of wheat or grain from the mill. I'd hire someone to come and do that for me as well.
It's a bit tricky. She really loves her baking, and I want to make her happy, but it's not easy when you're older.
Well, lovely meeting you.
You
I
too.
kind of like sidle past him a little bit awkwardly and kind of make my way into the house.
He's not blocking the doorway. He's just standing outside.
So as I walk in, I guess I'll try and find my way towards like the kitchen annex area.
So it's not a big house. So as you enter, you notice there's probably only really 2 rooms in this house. The first thing that strikes you is it seems a little moldy in the sides of the walls and such. It's not a very luxurious place. There's a few flies and stuff like there. It smells a little funky. It's not really high end. But it is a functional abode, and it's not the first time you've seen farmhouses kind of fall a little bit apart because of various reasons, maybe. And there is a young woman in there who is preparing a meal. She's preparing some soup, and she has some cakes. And she's like, "Oh, hello. Who are you?"
Oh, hi, Anne, I presume.
Yes, I'm Anne.
Oh, absolutely lovely to meet you. My name is Celeste. I'm just with the boys here delivering your grain.
Oh, well, it's a good thing you have the boys with you. And she looks out the window. Looks like they'll get it done in no time. Thank you so much.
That's what we're hoping.
It's my dream to be a baker, and I it's always tricky when you need grain for certain things, and then he's not as young as you think he is anymore. So obviously I can't really lift it myself. So thank you. Would you like a
You're very
cookie?
welcome. I just thought I'd come in here and actually help you, plate them up, pour some tea, get it ready, because your father actually invited the boys in here to, have a little bit of something to eat afterwards. So.
Oh
I'll just come
yeah.
and help you.
Of course. She walks over to this table that's in the room, and she kind of pushes everything a little bit up against the wall, so there's a little bit more room. It's a little messy in there. You can kind of see that it's not really that well kept. I say, "Oh, here's take some of the plates and put them out here. How many are there of you? 4, 5?
Yes, four of
4.
us.
Okay, and she gives you a stack of plates for 6 people, and then
But as I'm taking them, I'm going to kind of like look around a little bit and keep my ears out and just see if I can hear anything strange, see anything strange. Does she seem like she's acting like on edge a little bit? Like, is anything sort of not sitting right?
okay. So are you trying to investigate the room or trying to get a vibe on her, or both?
Both.
Let's make an
Both.
investigation check and a perception check, I guess.
Investigation. Well, this is my first roll. Investigation, that's a natural 6 for an 8.
Okay. It looks not clean. It looks a little dirty. Not very well kept. It looks like there's some dust here and there. But I mean, from a functional perspective, it is functional. There's nothing that specifically catch your eyes. There's some stuff on the table. There's like a letter with a seal. There's some maps, and there's a little satchel and stuff like that. But it's nothing that seems like it's not something that fits in with the rest of this mess right now.
No dead bodies propped up against the corner.
Not that you can see, no. There is one other adjacent room that you can't see, but there's no bed in this room, so you're assuming that might be a bedroom. It doesn't seem very large, maybe enough room for 2, but not huge.
1 bedroom.
And what was your perception check?
Was that not my perception check?
Which one
Oh,
did
wait.
you? Did you roll an investigation or a perception, or did you roll both?
So I rolled the investigation, look around the room, and then I was trying to do an insight to see if she looked shady, if she seemed like she's on edge, if she's...
Okay, you can roll. You can make a perception check as well.
Perception check. Alright, a little bit better. Oh, that's a natural 16 for a 19.
All right. She seems to be a little caught off guard of having people in her house. Maybe it's not necessarily that she's like nervous. Seems more like she's, I don't know, maybe she's anxious of starting to do this baking thing, or she's not on edge, but she's definitely very focused. that's kind of what you get with that roll. She's not specifically looking like she's about to burst into tears or anything like that.
So as I'm kind of walking around the little table and putting the plates down and kind of dusting them off a little bit on the side of my skirt, I kind of look at her and go, "Is your mother here?"
My mother? No, she died many years ago.
Oh, I was speaking to our associate who actually gave us the information for this job, and he said that your mother was here, or William's wife was here. I thought you two shared the same name.
Yeah, well, he's my dad. I don't. Maybe your associate got it wrong. But it's funny. It's funny. I mean, we do live together, and he's. I guess I don't have a husband, so I guess that does make sense.
Well, you're far too good looking for him anyway.
Oh,
I would never make that mistake.
She
Is
looks.
she good looking?
She looks very common. She looks a little stouty. She has a big, like, almost boxer nose. And yeah, she doesn't look like she would win any prize if she was an animal at a competition. But there's some similarities to how William looks.
Okay. So yeah, I guess I'll just kind of put out the plates. Looking out the window, I guess, can I see any of the? Can I see Jean or Ingue or Tam?
Yep, you can see them too. And how are you guys going outside?
I'm thinking we're just offloading the grain over to where he said. Sort of pointed out in that, and once we get down to the last 2 bags, sort of just leave them there. Sort of turn to the others and be like, "Y'all still good with this? We'll see."
Hopefully they've taken more than 10 minutes to do that job.
Yeah, probably.
So I would. So William's watching, right? Like he's watching to see how it's going.
Yeah, he's leaning up against.
Just standing there the whole time.
Yeah, he's just leaning.
So I would be kind of talking as my ritual cast, be talking to Luna the whole time.
Right.
And then once it kicks in, I'd say to her, John's worrying that William might not be the right person. Did you recognize him?
Oh yeah, he looks pretty close to what I normally deal with. I don't have the greatest eyesight, but he looks fairly familiar. Sorry, I'm not a great help here.
Yeah, no worries. And then can I make an insight check on him as to see if his reaction once the 10th bag of grain gets offloaded?
So once the last bag would be done, Sean would.
So as soon as it's been okay. So both of you are keeping an eye.
I'm not going to talk. I'm assuming that the next thing John will do is go and talk to William.
Okay.
And I'm going to stay and watch.
Okay, but as soon as the grain comes off, are you then watching for his reaction, or what are you doing? And are you doing the same, Sean? Or will you go in and talk with him?
As soon as the last bag is dropped, Jean would be sort of taking a breath and then making his way over towards him.
Okay, so Ingue, make a perception check.
Can I do insight?
Oh, sorry,
Actually,
insight.
I want to do perception.
Insight, sorry.
Oh, they're both the same anyway. It's all right. 23.
23. Once the last bag of grain has been put down, he's trying to hide it, but you pick it up. There's a little smirk for a second, but it's very subtle. It's like he notices that they're still there, but he doesn't say anything that you can see in that moment. And Sean, you then approach him.
All right, William, we got, now the order was 10 bags of grain.
That's
we got
correct.
10 bags of grain seated over there. You want to come double check, count it? You'll be all right with your legs to do so? You want a hand?
Oh, I'll be okay. And he kind of stumbles over there a little bit. And he's like, oh yeah, I can see you have 10 bags here, but I think, what about the 2 you have left in there? I think that's part of my order, isn't it?
Well, just to confirm, we were told it was 10 grains upon delivery.
Oh,
Just curious, was that a mix-up in the order? I mean, that's why I wanted to confirm first. I wanted to make sure you saw there were the 10 here.
well, I already paid for it. I guess I'll take the 2 back to the mill if that's necessary.
I mean, sure. Do you want us to do so? I mean,
Oh, we can
leg and all might be difficult for you to offload once we get up there.
maybe. How much would it cost you to take 2 bags back to the mill? How much did you get paid for? You get paid 30 gold for this job, didn't you?
I believe so.
Whew.
I mean,
Don't
won't be
have a
doing
lot
as
of
much
money.
work, so.
Hmm.
It's
Good question.
it's all right, William. It's all right, William. I'd love to spend another couple of hours with Luna.
Oh,
We can pop the bags back up.
okay.
No trouble.
Well, leave them on the cart for now. That's fine. Come in and have a rest.
All right.
I'm sure Anne is done with the cakes and the lemonade or the tea or whatever she has prepared. But let's have a talk, and I might be able to find a little bit extra gold to give you for your trouble. I'm sorry about that.
No, just wanted to make sure that everything was okay.
No, of course. Thank you for saying that. They must have made a mistake.
Of course. No problem. I've worked on farms before. I know sometimes miscounts can happen and things of the like.
Oh yes, like I almost cut my leg off once because I was chopping wood. Accidents can happen really quickly.
Tell me about it. As I sort of pull the axe out from my back a little bit and go, this little bute's almost knocked my ankle off a few times.
Oh, I think my hip would probably be in trouble. All right. Well, come in and sit down and rest for a bit, and we can have some tea, and we can have a talk if you want. It's not
All right.
often we get visitors out here. I mean, I'm still looking for someone to marry my daughter.
Sort of just look over his shoulder towards Tam, just a slight nod.
So Tam,
yeah.
at that, I think Tam is going to wander off to the edge of the farmyard, looking like he's gonna take a leak. Said, "Don't mind me. Just gonna talk to nature," and I'm gonna wander off to the edge of the farmyard where it starts to get to bush. Then I'm gonna say, Sonos.
What's up,
Sonos,
buddy?
can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Mate, I don't like this.
I love your hair.
Thanks, mate. Thanks.
It's a
mate.
great hair day.
Do you think you could come and give me a hand with something? Stay invisible. Don't let anybody see you.
Absolutely, buddy.
Okay. Look, we're in a bit of a spot, mate.
Aren't you just delivering grain?
Yes. Well, we thought we were, but have you been listening?
No, I would never listen in on a private conversation between 5 individuals and a horse.
Look, Sonos, I know you're lying, and I know you're listening, but that's
damn it.
okay. Let's pretend that you weren't. So we're in a bit of a spot. What we thought was grain was actually gold, and now we've got to go inside and leave the gold on the back of the wagon. Do you think you could just hang around, keep an eye on things while we go inside, and if anybody does anything fishy, you let me know.
I like how you're thinking, buddy. Yeah, sure. I'll keep my eye out for someone fishing.
Okay, not actually fishing, but
No?
but no. Anybody being suspicious? Anybody? Maybe somebody approaching the wagon while we're inside drinking tea.
Gotcha.
Okay, if anything happens, let me know.
You'll know. I'll sound the bells. You know the sounds you make as humans when you tell other individuals to stump things up. Yep. Cool. Got it.
So Sonos, you're great help.
How would you rate my service from 1 to 10 at this current moment in time?
At this current time, given that you were listening to our conversation the whole way through, how about we see how we go if anything goes wrong?
All right. I'll I'll ask me again later. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So I'm going to hoist up my pants and head back over to the wagon, and I'm just going to lean against the side of the wagon, giving Sonos an opportunity to jump off, even though I know he can fly.
Yep.
And I will head on in.
Right.
I'm not going to say anything to anyone. I'll just head on in.
Right, yeah. So you all head inside to have some tea and cake. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would have gone in shortly after finishing the conversation.
Yep.
I've got speak with animals up so I can understand any passing animals.
Yep. Are you still going inside though? Or are you staying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Just
Yeah,
checking.
yeah.
where
I
everyone
want
is.
tea.
Yeah.
Tea and cake.
Well, you enter this room like described earlier. It's a little moldy. The walls are a little greenish. It's not super. You probably wouldn't recommend anyone staying in this if it was an Airbnb. That's for sure. But there is some fresh plates put out. There's some cake and there's some water. There's a little bit of ale put out, and there's some lemonade as well. There's actually a whole bunch of different things. It's almost like this is a celebration of sorts that there's all this cake and stuff has been brought out. And as you come in, William rushes you to sit down at the table, and then he closes the door and he goes over and he sits down as well, while the young woman Anne starts dishing out things for everyone on their plates. Oh, well, I guess that's a job well done. Thank you so much for that. Sorry about the confusion with the amount of grain out there. Do you have any questions for me now? I don't know. You're not regular delivery people, are you? You don't really look like delivery people.
I mean, I've done a few delivery jobs in my past, but it ain't my current occupation. I don't know about you lot.
No, this isn't something that I usually find myself doing. We actually heard about you from, I think, a mutual friend of ours, Mr. Baal, I believe his name is.
Yes,
Thought we
yes,
might find him here, actually.
Yes, I think Anne hired him when I couldn't lift it myself. He's not here, no. He usually frequents the inn. I haven't talked to him myself, but Anne set up this whole thing for me. She's very, very interested in getting all this grain so she can start really baking.
And payments, just not to jump the gun to anything here, but just curious, would the payment be coming from you, or are we gonna have to track down Mr. Baal and retrieve the gold from them?
Oh, Mr. Baal has already been paid, so I'm assuming that he would be paying you when you have completed the job.
Understood.
Yeah. It's been hard living here with my wife, and after I hurt my leg, it's not been an easy task, you know. It's been really hard on me, but I appreciate your help. Was there any troubles with the shipment?
No, we heard a really weird bird at one point, but other than that, it was pretty easy, thankfully.
All right.
Lovely horse.
Yes.
Yes. Ingue made fast friends. It was very uneventful.
Oh yeah, it's just Joanna is such a good horse. I love her so much. She's been with us for a long, long time.
She is a lovely horse.
Indeed.
Joanna, you said the horse's name was?
Yes.
Okay. No, just curious. We weren't sure, so yeah.
She told me her name was Luna.
Yeah, that.
You can talk to horses.
Yeah, and birds and cats
Really?
and trees.
You can talk to animals.
Yeah. I'll look around, and is there any other animals inside the...
Make a
House?
perception check.
21.
You see a rat on one of the shelves, just looking at you, sitting there nibbling on something.
Yeah, see, like, I can talk to rats, I can talk to cats, the birds. I was
The horse. Oh, when I first got here, I spoke to some really rude wolves. Man,
Right.
one of them bit me.
Oh, that's... Surprised you're still alive then. Oh, well.
They just told me to go away.
So you're saying to me that you can actually talk to animals. Is he for real or is he lying?
I mean,
I think that your guess is as good as ours at this point.
He does seem on the level, though. I can't see any reason for him to lie.
he did tell a bird to land on a horse's butt, and the bird landed on the horse's butt.
That
It
was
did.
impressive.
It was very impressive.
He looks
regardless.
at Anne and he's like, you see, this is exactly why I should have written those goddamn notes. I wish you hadn't said that. And he immediately pulls out a dagger and attacks Shushan. But then we'll have a break.
Old man William,
What?
what you doing, bud?
He doesn't like birds on his horse's butt.
He doesn't like when
Oh,
people
boy.
realize he's lying.
Yeah.
Fucking horse's name. Anyway.
What did John say to? Oh, because the.
Alright. Let's have a short break for about, I think a few minutes, and then we can start from there. Right?
Awesome.
Fantastic. So he's attacked John now, right?
Yes, he's gonna attack John, and everyone needs to roll initiative afterwards.
Oh, fuck.
Initiative.
Was not
Alright.
prepared.
Alright, let's go to break.
Right.
Oh, we'll be right back.
Break.
Oh yeah.
Oh, used to. Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, the company of experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect, in fact it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than the other, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their god after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quell and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quell lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering their nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordinfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Veil, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the Kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingue grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, Each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share, and to tell the story of the world.
There we go. Now I unmuted myself. There we go. Welcome to the internet. Anyway, we're back from break, and we're about to dive into the combat where these lovely adventurers are getting ambushed by two farmers, it seems, Anne and William, who was really nice and made really nice cake. Before we do, I'd just like to mention that we are currently streaming to Level Up Dice's channel. We will be doing that for the next 3 Mondays, and after that we will jump to our own channel, Monsters and Mayhem, on Twitch, on YouTube, and everywhere else that matters. So if you are interested in following us, you can do that both on our Twitch channel and on our social media. We can't post a link currently, but if you follow our name, you will probably find us on Facebook or Twitter or everywhere. Is that a fire alarm?
That's a fire alarm in my house. I'm sorry.
While we do that, I will set up the battle cam, so we can do that at least.
Perfect.
That's perfect timing.
It wouldn't be the first D&D stream without some technical difficulties.
No,
Keep us all on our toes.
I just need to remember to turn on the old camera. If this wants to do it the right way, that's probably better. Hopefully. There we go. Can you see me up?
Yep.
It's a little tricky with this one here. I'll try to lock it a little bit better. There we go.
Never work with children or animals or D&D players.
Fire alarms.
Dangerous.
Good rule of thumb.
There you go. So here we have the wonderful cart with two bags of grain / money currently, and I will try to use a. Where is my little lightning stick? See if I can find the right one. Nope, that's the one without batteries. I'll use a lightsaber. So, in this little setup here, we have Sean right here. We have Celeste right here eating her cake. We have Tam right here preparing himself to take a good mouthful worth of lemonade. And we have Ingue here already stuffed with 4 pieces of cake in his mouth. Other than that, we have Anne standing here with 2 daggers, and we have here William with 2 daggers. But the first thing that is about to happen is that Sean is about to get attacked.
Mm-hmm.
A 14 to hit you.
14 just hits. Good fun.
Just hits. So you take 5 points of piercing damage as a dagger hits you across the torso.
Cool. Fun.
As that happens, I need everyone else to roll initiative.
Now, I don't know if this takes in effect, but as a human, my default feat I had was alert, which means I'm sort of at the ready at all times. So I believe I act on surprise rounds or something like that.
Very well, yeah, we can do that. That's fair. That's perfectly fair.
Sweet, sweet.
So what is your immediate reaction to what happened?
First shock. But the very next thing I do is I'm just going to reach around, pull my shield out, hold it up in front of him, and sort of grab my thing. And yeah, Jean's not going to attack this round. He's going to use his surprise moment to just sort of be like, "What the fuck was that? We delivered your goddamn grain."
Right.
And I'm reaching down for a hand axe and just, yeah, that's it. I'm just going to be ready in case anything else happens. Anyone throws anything, attacks, anything like that.
Very well. What is your initiative, though?
I rolled a 23.
23, right? And Celeste?
I rolled a 9.
9. Very German of you. And Tam?
I rolled a 7.
7. Oh.
It was actually cocked.
Did you bring any extra characters?
It was cocked between a 5 and a 13, so I rolled it again and I got another 5. So hey,
that's kind of you. And anyway,
I got 14.
14. Alrighty. So that is that's wrong. 2. So I'm just gonna put this in here. So first we have that. Sorry, I'm just writing them in number order. If I can math. You're
about as good as counting as Jean is.
I am actually worse right now because I keep writing numbers instead of names, which makes it a lot harder to suddenly do this. Alright, so that's that there, and then we have so first off we have Sean, then we have Ingue, then we have Anne, then we have Celeste, and then we have Tam. So Sean, you're actually first in initiative order as well.
All right. If that's the case, again, shocked, not sure what the hell's going on. I'm going to use my shield, which I'm going to pull in front of me, which is a decent size bigger than your regular shield. It's got a bit of height to it. And I'm going to use that to attempt to push William and try push them back up into the wall behind them.
Right.
And just call out, just like, what the fuck are we doing now?
Righty. So we'll make a attack roll, I guess.
Yep. That is a 16.
Hits.
Okay.
I'm not sure how much damage his shield does if you push him.
I'm not attempting to hurt him. I just want to try basically wedge him, try almost not quite grapple, but basically just sort of put him in a corner, basically. Yeah.
Right.
Make
Nobody put baby in the corner. So he is stuck in the corner with a door in front of him, basically.
Yeah.
Rightio. That's your turn?
That's it.
Okay. So what you noticed as a side effect of what just happened is, first off, as he attacks you, he kind of stumbles into the table a bit when he does so. As he does it, you see the illusion of his self kind of disappear a little bit, and after you go towards him with the shield, he drops his illusion, and now you see a younger man holding 2 daggers, several different daggers attached to his clothing in leather armor with a green cloak. Looks like he's seen a little bit of battle before. He's not just some random dude, but he's definitely not the old man you just saw 2 seconds ago. As a response, you also notice that Anne drops hers, and now there is a redhead woman also holding 2 daggers and more daggers attached to her clothes in front of the door. The last thing you notice is that as he hits the table, the pouch falls into the cakes, and a little pouch opens, and the little box inside falls out, and the lid goes off. Out of this box comes a little orb the size of a hand, glowing orange, as it slowly travels across the table towards the end. That's your turn. Next up we have Ingue.
Cool.
I am going to see John. So she's over in the corner in the kitchen.
Yep. So she's over here. This is actually the door out here.
She's blocking the door.
She's blocking
out.
the door out. Yeah. The kitchen is. I mean, this part and this part can be used as a kitchen.
Okay. But it looks like she was blocking the door.
She is
rather than
intentionally
she's just
blocking
there.
the door now.
I'm going to create a bonfire.
Right.
In the door.
Okay. In the door
to make her move out of the way, like we're in the space that she's in, to try and get her to move.
Radio. A bonfire. Radio.
Yeah.
Are you trying to hurt her, or are you just trying to?
Yeah, I'm trying to hurt her.
Right.
So that she moves.
So.
It is a dex save.
Put a little bonfire there. Dex save. That is a 6.
Yeah. So she takes 5 points of fire damage.
5 points of fire damage. She screams a little bit as she did not expect to be burned. She was just making lemonade.
Then I'm going to turn invisible.
Right. I don't have an invisible mini, but we'll remember that you're invisible for now. But I will keep that in mind.
And is there any windows?
There's windows at the end. They are currently blocked off with pieces of wood. It seems like it's not really been a very good window in the first place, so instead of repairing it, they just blocked it off.
Yeah, okay, so can I try and so I've turned invisible and I want to move into the corner, into a different corner.
This corner or in front of the oven?
I don't want to pass anyone.
All right.
I don't want to get near. I'm going to kind of like shrink away, so if I can go
So here or
I don't actually I can't see what you're doing.
Oh, sorry. So there's 4 corners. One of them is currently occupied by a little setup of lovely pots and pans, and there is a corner.
Which one's me?
This one here is you. Right there.
Oh, I'm close to the door. Yeah, okay, so I would go to the corner, but on the other side of my, that corner.
So you try to get into this corner here. So this is kind of blocked a little bit. You can't really, unless you want to jump onto the table.
No. I'll just move 1 square that way to be in that table.
Right, so you move a little bit like this, keeping an eye on everything here.
Yeah.
I think that's as far as you can get there. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. And that's you?
Yep.
Radio. So Anne's turn. She did not really expect getting burned, so she kind of gently moves out of the way while her house starts to burn, because that's normal. And seeing that, she also realizes what you're trying to do, because that is the only door out. So instead of doing what she was going to do, she's going to throw a dagger at Tam. And that's a 9 to hit.
And first time ever. That misses.
Oh. So the dagger flies across and hits your shield while it's still on your back, and just pings and flies off the side of the wall. And that is her turn. And as you can see, this little glowing orb still moves further and further down the track of the table, so it's getting closer to the edge at this point. There we go. And next up we have Celeste.
Right, that's me. Can I see this orb kind of rolling its way down the table?
Yep, it's rolling straight past you over the cakes and into the lemons.
I'm going to try and reach out and grab it.
Alright, you grab it.
Is that my action?
It would be, yeah. And it feels a little warm to the touch, but you grab it. It's in your hand right now. You can kind of feel it's almost pulsating with heat.
Right, I'll kind of like look at it in my hand, and then I'm going to look back to like Jean and Tam. I think they're like standing kind of like close to me. I'm going to look between them and go, what are we doing? Are we fighting our way out of here?
Can we respond or not? Or...
Yeah, I'd say that respond is a free action.
Just I don't as I look over and see this not an old man anymore. Yeah, let's fight our way out.
Okay. See what bonus actions I've got. I'm going to look at Jean. I'm going to say, by the way, have I told you how absolutely magnificent your beard is? I love that grey. Really brings out your eyes. You can take another D6 of bardic inspiration.
Because I've got the other one from before. Would that have faded? Or...
It only lasts 10 minutes.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, easy.
Yep. Yeah, and I guess I'll just be holding this orb in my hand, kind of like, and I might just like kind of like try and stuff it in my pocket if I have enough time to do that.
Right. You stuff it in your pocket and you realize it's attached to your hand. Like super glue, you cannot let go.
Shit.
And you feel it pulsating faster.
Shit. I guess that's my turn then.
Yep.
Just got a bomb strapped to my hand. It's fine. Just another day at the office. All right.
Tam, you're up.
So Tam will look between everybody. So he'll look to the door where Ingue has cast the bonfire, and he'll look to Jean, who's now got was once William crammed up against the wall. Celeste has a glowing ball attached to her hand, and he'll decide at that point that, well, I guess we don't have much choice, and he'll reach down into his pouch and pull out what looks like golden dust, and he will look forward to Was Once William, and you'll see that one of his eyes is green and the other is gold, and it flames golden as he casts Hex at William.
Radio.
And then with the other hand, he will cast Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, here we
So
go.
what you see, a beam of crackling energy shrieks forwards to Was Once William. And unlike what you're used to with a normal Eldritch Blast, this is golden and sparkling rather than black. And it shoots forward with heat and like a little note of like clarion bell as it shrieks forward, like hard.
Right on.
So
Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast. So D10.
It's about to be William I was, or Will I was, instead of Will I am. Don't unsub.
Okay, so he takes 5 points of force damage,
5
and
points
then
of
he
force
takes
damage.
another 3 points of necrotic damage.
Ooh, okay, he's looking quite hurt actually. Looks like he did not expect that while he's getting pushed into the corner.
And
Suddenly-
can you just show me on the battle map where Tam is?
Tam is currently right there
Yep.
with a bit of cake in his hand.
Where is Was Once William?
He's here. I marked him with the green one, so we know he's hexed.
And Anne is over towards the door.
Yes, he's the redhead there,
Okay.
and he's invisible here.
So hang on, Ingwe's invisible.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's right, because we don't have an invisible Ingue mini.
Not yet, at least. I'll just take him off.
I'm actually going to charge towards Anne.
Right.
So I'm going to get right up in front of her.
There we go. You're now in combat with Anne.
Yep. And that's my shot.
Rightio. So that was the first round of combat. So we're back to Sean.
Alrighty. I'm gonna sort of lean off of this figure now and sort of get a better look, realizing that this is not the man I pushed against a wall.
So kinda like that,
And I'm gonna sort of take my hand axe and look behind, seeing this other individual now face to face with Tam.
Right.
And I'm going to just think about throwing my axe that way, and as I pull this way, just he's got it, and take a swing towards. What was it? Was William?
Will I ain't?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, go for it.
Alrighty. That is a 16 to hit.
Hits. Jeez.
Hey. That is for 7 points of slashing.
Ooh. Rightio. That hurts a lot. You can see that he's like suddenly hit by a moment of panic. He did not see that axe coming.
Hell yeah.
But he's still standing.
I'm gonna sort of I'm just gonna hold my ground. I'm not gonna do anything else. I'm just gonna hold my ground, pull my shield up a little more in front of me, and just give him a look of like, what the fuck?
Radio?
Yep.
So that's you. Next
That's
up,
me.
we have Invisible Ingue.
So I reappear at the start of my turn.
Okay.
And so to get out of the bonfire, she had to move 5 feet forward, right?
Yes, and
so there's
she
a
did.
space behind her.
Yes.
Can I would like to lift up my shield and try and move past her so that I'm behind her.
Right.
And as I step onto the bonfire, like the spell fades,
Right.
and it reappears right underneath her again.
Okay. So you put it underneath where she is right now.
Yeah, I'm just using it as an attack.
I'll leave it there.
I'm using it as an attack, but in terms of if there was anything important there that we didn't want to get burnt, it's now burnt.
Everything is burned. All right, so that happens, and you move past her and into her combat space now. And then there's this.
I want to be in that spot where the fire is. So I want to try and move.
But you move the fire, didn't
and
you?
kind of. Yeah, and I move the fire as I step into it.
Yep.
So now I'm flanking her,
I'll move
and she needs to make a dex save again.
I'll move everyone slightly so you can be exactly where it was before. But the fire right now is under her. And a dex save, you say? That is another failure from poor Anne. That's a 4.
She takes 2 points of fire damage.
Ouch. She, however, is a little bit unable to move currently because she's stuck between two handsome gentlemen. So that sucks.
Shit.
How many did you say? 2 points? 2 points, yeah.
2 points.
So
She'll take damage again at the end of her turn
right.
if she doesn't get out of it.
Good to know. Cool. Rightio. So that is your turn.
Yep.
Right. On Anne's turn, 2 things happen. First off, she makes a little bit of a scream, and then she automatically takes damage again, I guess. You don't have to make another dex save, so I think you have to roll damage again.
Yep. That's 7 points of fire damage.
Oof. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
We can say that. Okay. That's the first thing that happens. The second thing that happens is that the house starts shaking a little bit. Starts moving a little bit like there's a tornado outside. And you notice that from the orb that Celeste has attached to her hand right now, spiraling lights start appearing all over the walls and the floors, and it kind of random motions. It kind of does that more and more and more. And you hear this sound going a little bit like whoop, 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 and kind of slowly building up the pitch. And the windows that was before closed off, you can hear that the shutters outside that didn't have much of a function, they slam shut. And the door behind you creaks like it's being pulled in. All the paperwork in the room and all the loose things starts moving around like they're getting sucked towards this thing. Anne looks very confused, but also in a sheer moment of panic, she's going to attack Tam twice with 2 daggers. A 12 and a 11. I need to get some better dice. That's 2 misses.
So Tam is well and truly prepared. That's why he got up in her face for. And it's not the first time he's had somebody throw a dagger or try and hit him with a dagger, and he's all over it.
We'll see. That's Anne's turn. So now Celeste, you're up.
Alright, so like looking at this glowing orb in my hand and feeling like the pulsating heat, I'm going to look around quickly. The windows that just kind of slammed shut, can I see through them at all? Like the shutters, are they like solid?
The shutters are solid and they are sucked in against where the window is right now.
But you can't see at all, like no sky outside, no grass, like nothing.
You could barely see out before, but it was boarded up already from the inside too. And those boards, they start coming off as well.
Right, and same with the door, so the door is like fully closed.
It's like everything gets sucked into the room right now. The same with the door into the bedroom, or that adjoining room here, adjoining, I can't speak English. That's the word. Gets sucked towards that thing as well.
Okay. I'm going to go over towards the window and see if I can like try and like push it open a little bit, like just see if I can like with the shutters.
Right. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Saving throw. Fuck. I should have built a tank.
Nah, you shouldn't have.
Strength saving throw. Come on. Oh shit. Okay. It's a 17.
17. You can feel that it's almost like gravity in this room are starting to get centered on this thing. And as you try to move away, you almost have to, like when you're walking in a really, really strong storm, you literally have to like make every single step count. But you do manage to get quite close to the window, but not as close as you were hoping for yet. Because this is very, very strong. It's pulling everything towards it. And that makes it hard to move as well.
Okay, so I didn't get to the window.
Not all the way. It's like, I say if you're moving from here to there, normally it would be a quick succession. But I say at this point you only get really here. Because it's literally sucking you towards the middle.
Okay, was that my action?
That was your movement.
Okay, I am going to look at Will I Once Was and kind of like glare at him and say, you know what? I liked you better with no teeth. And then you're like, no teeth. And I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers on him.
Alrighty.
That is a wisdom saving throw.
A wisdom saving throw. That is a 15.
Just passes with my save of 12.
Sorry, that's the only roll I had that succeeded, I think, so far.
Yeah, well, I won't hold it against you.
We'll see.
Alright, and that's, I guess, for my bonus action, I can't do shit. So I'm just gonna hold on to this gravitational time bomb for a while.
As you do. Fair enough. Next up is Tam.
So, is Anne... Does she look like she is, like, focused on the orb?
She looks like she's focusing on you and Ingue right now.
Okay, cool. So I am just going to...
But she does look confused.
Okay. Alright, that's all right. I'm going to lean just like... Because she's right up on me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to lean into her like this and look over my shoulder and Eldritch Blast. I'm going to have another crack at Will I soon to be was.
It'll just be a will.
Yeah. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah.
And the way is Tambo. Alright, so
Tambo.
I'm going to Eldritch Blast. So that is 10 points of force damage and 5 points of necrotic damage.
So as you hit him, he gets blasted up against the wall and he just falls to the ground like a sack of potatoes. He drops all of his knives he had in his hands, and he is just unconscious. Right now, I can't move him because he's
Fantastic.
stuck there.
Fantastic. So, as I believe this is my first time playing a warlock, so forgive me.
We will never forgive you.
I believe I can move. I believe I can move my hex to somebody else as a bonus action.
I think you can. That's a good question. That's a
If
good
target
question.
drops to 0 points before this spell ends, you can use a bonus action on a subsequent turn to curse a new creature. So I have to wait till my next turn to do it.
If it's a subsequent,
So that means I have to wait till my next turn.
But it's gone now, so now you can technically put it on the other person next time you have a
Next
round.
turn. Okay, cool. So I guess I'm going to continue getting up in Anne's grill. I'm now no longer looking over my shoulder because Willow once is now passed out on the ground. And I'm going to eyeball Anne, and I'm going to give her a little bit of a and say, "Your turn's next," and I'll just wait.
Brilliant. So that's Tam's turn. So now it is Sean's turn. And you can also feel the gravitational force in this room is fucking strong. It's like the table is starting to jitter towards Celeste and all the furniture seems to go further. And I need you to make a strength saving throw as well.
Ooh, okay. Let's see. Abilities and saves. That's a natural one.
You cease to exist. No, just kidding. Oh, that'll be a great end of the first round. So what happens is that you feel this gravitational force, and it kind of turns you around in a strange way, almost like it's just kind of pirouetting you. And then you're like just pivoting, and then you're looking at Celeste, and you're just face to face with her. But you're not getting moved anywhere else, but you're just standing really close, like 5 feet away from this thing.
Oh, okay.
Other than that, you're free to move. You're free to do your actions, but you cannot seem to move away from this thing right now.
I'll sort of look over my shoulder, final will and testament. And
oh, the puns.
Nice.
Sort of look back over at Celeste and just sort of go, you doing all right there?
Yeah, totally fine. In control.
Right.
Don't worry about it.
All right. I don't know magic, so trust you. And I'm just going to lob my axe over towards Anne.
Right, go for it.
That is a 12.
Misses. So your axe flies straight past her, straight past Ingue, and embeds itself into the door.
Yeah, that's it. That's my turn. I'm just going to look down back at Celeste, confused with what the hell's going on.
Ingue, your turn.
So the first thing I'm going to do is try. No, I'm going to grab Jean's axe from the door and try and attack with it.
Right. Just for the fun of it, make a strength check. See if you can get it out.
A strength check.
Yep.
Yeah. 14 minus 1 for 13.
Right. You managed to get it out, and you now have his axe. And then you want to.
I will try and attack.
Right. So you're not proficient with this type of weapon, are you? Or are you?
Yeah, and I'm a druid, so I don't really like using metal weapons either.
But you don't think you get minus from that. That's only if it's armor. So make an attack roll.
Yep, perfect.
Is that a 1?
No, I rolled a 2.
Oh, that's
For
much
a 1.
better.
For a dirty one.
For dirty one. Okay. So with the dirty one, you simply you overshoot a little bit and you just whack it straight into the ground, but you don't kill any incident or destroy any animals or the eco balance, but you just don't hit. But it was close.
And I'm going to try and push back through the door.
Right. You can't really push through the door because it's getting pulled like it is at the moment. So it would take maybe an active check to do that, but you already kind of pulled the thing out.
Yep.
Also, you're not moving out of her combat range currently because you can't move out of the door. So that doesn't really affect anything. So far, so good.
She's still the bonfire's still up.
Yes. So I need you to roll some more damage.
No, at the end of her turn, she makes a save.
Oh, okay. Well,
if she jumps out of it, then...
So far, she hasn't been able to.
Yeah.
Cool, I'll note that. She's up next, so...
Yeah.
Is that your turn?
Yep.
Right.
Oh, I might yell out to everyone else. The door's shut.
Yep. And you can kind of see it, like, vibrating now. It's getting, like... It's almost like you have a tsunami or something going on in here, that everything just gets pulled through. It's Anne's turn, and she looks truly terrified right now. She looks at Celeste and Sean and this orb, and she's like, what the fuck? And then she tries to attack Ingue to get out of there. So she's going to try to attack you twice. For a natural 20 and an 18. Sorry. So natural 20 is 4 points of piercing damage.
Only 4 points.
Yeah, I rolled a 1. And the other one is 4 points, so 8 points in total worth of piercing damage.
I go down and she doesn't take any fire damage.
Fair enough. So you kind of slump down, unconscious on the ground, but still breathing. And as she sees that, she's going to try to move past you to get to the door. So that gives you an opportunity attack, Tam. I think you are a little low on the vocal range at the moment.
So I guess I'm just going to I wouldn't even have my sword drawn, so I'm just going to...
You can bash it with a shield if you want.
Eldritch Blast.
Okay, you can do that too.
Well, that's what I was about to do next turn, so I will already be thinking about doing it, and as she runs away, I'll just do it again.
There you go. You also had moved the hex at this point. No, sorry, it's not your turn yet, yeah.
I hadn't moved the hex yet, because it wasn't my turn, so... it just sort of grazes her and hits her for 3 force damage.
Alright, she falls over unconscious on the ground. You notice that she grabs the door and pulls as hard as she can, but it's not enough. And then she falls to the ground unconscious. And now there's no imminent combat. What you do notice is that this orb, the light spinning more and more and more and more and more to a certain point where it goes boom, 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 and then everything gets white. I need all 4 of you to make a wisdom saving throw.
I'm dead.
You are still alive, so I need you to make one as well in this case.
Okay.
Why couldn't it be charisma?
15 for me.
15 for Sean. Celeste?
12.
Right. Tam?
16.
16. And Ingue? 10.
10.
Right. So, Sean, Celeste, and Ingue, even though you're unconscious, as this white flash happens, You're transported somewhere else. You find yourself in this room of sorts. You're not sure if it is really a room or if it's something else. There's no walls. There's no ceiling. There's no floor. It's just white emptiness. You are somewhere or nowhere. You're just floating, unable to move in this space. You're slowly turning around, pivoting around where you are. And you see the others. All three of you see each other in this vision, this dream, this whatever it is. You're all just suspended in air. You can see in each other's face that you are aware that you are actually in the same spot. It's not you visioning them, they are actually there. In the middle of this room, there is a pedestal. So, white marble pedestal. It has 4 edges to it. One edge faces each of you. And one faces where there might have been another individual if he hadn't succeeded on his save. On this pedestal, there's a book on the top. The first thing you notice is, Sean, your side of this pedestal has some carvings on it. You see a man holding an axe, and he's holding a little boy in his hand. He's holding a little boy next to him. In front of him are foul creatures that look very similar to something that you have experienced before. And above it, there is some kind of circular shape, seemingly giving off some kind of light. It's a bit hard to say.
Okay.
As you're looking at it, the white marble starts getting color. The creatures start having greenish skin. The little circular thing floating seems to give off a golden light. And you see 2 eyes peering back at you in bright red, in between the rest of these carvings. Celeste, on your side, you see a little girl with her hand on a door. And on the other side of the door, a man and a woman and another little girl, also holding their hand on the other side of the door, but unable to open it. Around it are waves, and in the waves there's a hand reaching out. And you too see the color starting to appear, and the little girl's hair changes to red, and then to another color, and another color. Ingue, on your side of the pedestal, what you see is a young furbolg sitting on a little branch, reading a book. You see notes coming into his head and leaving on the other side. The notes coming into his head is broken. The notes coming out are perfect. Around it, symbols of snakes. Hundreds of snakes forming almost a perfect circle. And as the light comes onto it and the color starts appearing, snakes are all black. And the broken note starts moving. And as they enter the head of this young furbolg, they become real. You all notice these things, and then you notice the book. The book rests on top of the pedestal. It's covered in purple leather binding. It has 4 eyes on it. Each of these 4 eyes seems to be moving independent of the others, but they're watching you. One might look at you for a second, then swap to another one of you, and then back. All 4 eyes moving across the room, scanning you. As this happens, something starts pouring out of this book. It seems like smoke at first, But then you realize it's not smoke. It's almost liquid. It's shadows. Thick, black shadows. It starts going over the pedestal, and as you do see the pedestal images change, they become darker, more twisted. They become horrible, disfigured versions of what they were before. And the pedestal itself starts to turn black. The liquid, or the darkness, starts pouring into this room, and all the white around you starts turning grayish, then darker, then blackish, and suddenly you find yourself in a room of darkness. And you feel it going into your eyes, into your nose, into your mouth, into your ears, everywhere. To begin with, you don't think that this is meaning much. It is just a vision of some sort, but then you start coughing. You start feeling that it's getting hard to breathe. You start coughing more and more, and start to be able to no longer breathe. You try the best you can to get some point of air into yourself, but it is not possible. You get to the point where you think you're about to pass out, and it feels like you're dying. And you're back in the room again. The lights from the orb spinning around just like before. And the only thing you see, Tam, you saw a bright flash of white. Then this thing happens, all the light spinning around, and then this orb explodes in your hand and knocks you all across the room and into the walls. And the light dies. And you find yourself free.
Conscious and awake.
Conscious and awake, except for Ingue, who's currently unconscious.
I'm gonna immediately look around towards Ingue, and seeing him unconscious, I'd run straight towards him. Derlin, are you Ingue? And I'm gonna try roll him over. Anyone able to help? Come on.
Of course. And I will run over to Ingue and get down on one knee next to him. Can I get a look at him? How is he? Is he still still all good? Is he breathing? Does he look?
He's still breathing.
He's still breathing. Okay.
Yeah, he's just badly injured, so he lost consciousness due to that.
Okay. Well, I will then. I will cast. I want to use this thing again. I'm going to use healing light. And that's a 4. He gets 4 HP back up.
So when you cast the healing light spell, you see this golden light emanate and reach his body. And in this very second, just for a split second, you think you see a shadow fighting back, but then dispersing, and the light shines over him like it was supposed to. And he gets healed.
Did I notice anything like so Celeste has the orb in her hand, and then it basically explodes.
It gave off a white flash, and then exploded.
There was a white flash. Everyone was thrown away, so I saw nothing other than
the white flash,
it exploding and the white flash.
Yes.
And I'm thrown up against the wall.
Yes. And for you, it was only a second.
Like, okay, so.
And for everyone else, it seemed like 10 minutes.
Do I? Okay, well, I'm going to help. I'm just gonna. I guess all I'm gonna think is that this thing exploded, and I'm just gonna help. What happened? Is everybody okay? Ingue, here. Can you stand?
Oh man.
You alright, boy?
Oh.
What the hell happened? What was that? Was it exploded?
Well, after she stabbed me, it was like I died. I saw a vision of a nightmare. But you guys were there. Did you see it too? Did you see it, Celeste? Did you see it, John? The stool?
I saw something. I don't know what I would describe it as. You weren't there, Tam, but all of us were transported, it seemed like, into a white void. And in the center of it there was a stool or pedestal with a book on top of it. And the book was watching us with these eyes. And from the book leaked these sickening shadows which came out and sucked us in and strangled us, and the next thing I knew we were blasted back against the wall.
John just immediately grabs his other hand axe and throws it across the room as hard as he can, as he sort of just screams out, just, "Fucking magic! Ugh!
Right.
I thought I just saw some shit, and now you're saying you saw the same shit?"
So, Jean, you're saying you saw the same thing?
Yeah, I saw the same goddamn thing.
Oh my
goodness! Hell.
So I'm gonna snap my fingers and Sonos.
Yeah, everything's clear outside. Whoa, what the fuck happened in here?
Sonos, it's bad. It's
Is that
really
cake?
bad.
Can I?
Sonos,
What?
focus.
All right.
Guys, Sonos, something happened. So there was an explosion, and my friends, they've experienced some kind of awful vision. And just now, when I was healing Ingue, the light passed from me, and shadows fought back as I healed him. I don't know, and then they're telling me about their visions. Sonos, what happened? Do you have any idea?
Fuck do I know? I was outside.
Have you heard of anything like this before? A book and shadows and red eyes.
Not specifically. No. I think you might have to talk to the big one. You know, like the big boss. I don't know. Like most of the time, I spend it on the other side. You know, it's not really. Yeah.
Hey Tam. I noticed Ingue was talking to animals before. You seem there's no one you even directing this towards.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sonos,
You all right?
can you let them see you, please?
But I'm naked. Just kidding.
Sonos.
Sure. Hello.
Hey, bro.
I'm your
Guys,
bestest friend, I guess. What's your name?
This is Sonos. Sonos, this is Celeste, Ingue, and Jean. Everybody meet Sonos. It's a long story. I don't think now's the time.
What does Sonos look like?
So what you see is a small. It's a miniature golden dragon. Really. He is kind of serpentine as a dragon. He is shining, like he kind of glows, kind of like the lights behind me. Like he's radiant, I guess, in a way. And he's probably like the size of a cat. Like he's pretty small. Yeah, so that's Sonos. Sorry, I should have. I usually don't. I'm sorry, guys. I should have said something earlier. Sonos was outside watching the wagon, and I asked him to stay out there and keep an eye on things. And I hoped that he had maybe some idea about what had happened. I don't know, but I do know that there's something. You said the shadows. There's something in Ingue. When I healed him, there was a shadow in him that fought back.
Oh, that's not cool.
No, it's not. I think.
Would Tam? Would you do it again? Can you do it again?
Oh yeah, try it again.
I can't now. I can't. I need rest.
All right. Well,
spent.
Let me try a trick I learned once. I played poker with this guy, and he taught me some stuff. And he kind of flies over to Ingue, and he casts a very similar light on you. It's like, I didn't see anything weird happening.
Do I get healed?
Yep, you get another 4 hit points.
Back to full.
So you saw nothing,
No.
Sonos. You saw nothing.
Just
while
looks
he was
exactly
doing
like
that-
it's in the manual.
Atheist light. I'm not sure, guys. We need to get out of here. We've got the gold. I don't know. This is all too much. I don't know.
I think we need to look properly at William, and I'll walk over and look properly at William.
Right. So you search him and you find 4 daggers in total. They're pretty well made. As you go through his stuff, you notice that he has a tattoo on his right hand. Same brand as the one that's on the grain outside. The half moon with a little bird on it. He doesn't have much on him, almost like he wasn't preparing to stay very long.
What about the little box that the orb was in, that it fell out of?
So the little box is laying on the table currently, and there's a little piece of paper with it. And that piece of paper says Gisarian Keystone. And next to it on the table, now that you're looking at it, you notice there's a stack of papers of some sort. And one of them, now that it all got jumbled a little bit, looks a little bit like a map. But it's a little bit of a, like, there's a few papers stacked on top of each other.
Can I grab the map? And then can I also look in that room that's closed?
Right. You open the door to the adjoining room, and it's a bedroom. There is blood sprayed across the wall. 2 sprays. But otherwise empty, other than the beds on the ground. And it smells funky in there. Almost like rotting food.
But no bodies.
No.
How'd we go in, way? What'd you see?
Look, it looks there's blood everywhere in here. Clearly they killed the real William. William's got some knives, but I couldn't. He's got the same tattoo. Look, you can see here. He's got the same tattoo as the bags. What about the girl? Can I, if no one else searches her, can I search the girl as well?
You find another 4 daggers on her. And in her pocket she also has what looks to be a little bit of a toy, like a spinning top. So she has a spinning top, and she has like 4 daggers. She has a leather armor she was wearing, and so did William. They have leather armor. Other than that, she's not really carrying anything. She doesn't have a pouch for money, for instance. It's like she didn't prep for this kind of interaction.
Yeah, and no tattoo or no.
Yes, she has a tattoo as well. On her
same
wrist,
tattoo?
Same tattoo as well. You also notice that map you picked up before is actually a map of the farm.
Of this farm that we're in.
And underneath there is a letter and another map.
Okay. So what? I wouldn't pick up any of the daggers. I'd get them out. Like I was looking for different stuff, and I'd put the daggers out, but I wouldn't pick them up.
Yep.
I would take the spinning top.
Yep.
And show the papers. Like I'd start gathering up all of the papers, probably like a big stack.
Yep.
Kind of like walk over towards Ingue as he's stacking up the papers and might I just have a quick peek? What you got there?
Yeah. Look, it's a map of the farm, and then there's lots of stuff here. But I noticed this letter.
I'm going to take it and kind of just slump down into one of the chairs and just start thumbing through the papers and see if I can see anything that catches my eye. Kind of skim through, the letters and just have a quick look.
So the first map is a map of the farm with an X crossed out behind the farm. Almost like a treasure map. The second map is a map of the kingdom. Just a general map of the kingdom. No markings or anything out of the ordinary. It's just a map. The letter says, "Thank you for doing business with us. The Caskade thanks you. The item once procured, once we have payment of 2,000 gold, will be buried in the destination marked in the map accompanying this letter. Once you have received this letter and we have received the money, our business is concluded. Thank you so much for your business, Mr. Purveyor."
Are you able to send me a copy of that?
I will.
Separately. I cannot transcribe that quickly.
Yep.
Did you read it out loud, Celeste?
No, she wouldn't have been reading it out loud. But kind of once everyone's kind of having their moment of like gathering back together and having a talk about what happened, she'll probably share it then.
Yeah, while all that going on, John is very much just leaning against the table, hands shaking, just looking at each of you one by one, just mulling things over in his head.
Celeste will quickly look up at Jean and go, "How are you feeling?"
Yeah, I don't. Not great, I'll be honest.
What, did he hit you? Do you feel alright?
No, I'm fine in that regard. Took a little bit of a knock, but I'll be alright. Cause this magic shit don't make sense to me, and it's just shaking me a bit. I'll be fine. I just need a moment.
Right. Well, let me know if you're about to pass out or something.
I'm sure the
Make
loud
sure
thud will let you know if I don't.
I'd rather catch you before you hit the floor.
Appreciate it.
Now that the adrenaline has worn off a little bit, you all feel something different. You feel a burning sensation on your right lower arm. And as you look, you have black lines tattooed, or seemingly tattooed, to your arm. All of them are different. They don't look like they mean anything. They're just lines. Different angles. Some intersect. Some are just straight lines. And it looked like you just had a new tattoo that has been etched into your skin.
Does Tam have that as well?
Every single one of you.
Is it on the outside of our wrist or the inside?
So on the arm, it goes from here all the way down to the elbow.
Shit.
But there's holes between them. It's not like it's just like one big motive. It's like you have a line here, and then you might have one here, and then there's one going the other way here and such.
My father's going to kill me.
It's like a scar.
What's going on with you guys over there?
Look,
Do
I pull my sleeve up. And I see the marks on my arm as well. And I go over to Jean. Jean, look, the inside of your forearm. Do you have these marks?
I thought I just hit it funny. I'll roll up my sleeve. Oh,
Yep.
God fucking damn it.
My God. Aethia. And I hold my arm up to Jean. Does the line on my arm have any correlation with the lines on his?
Doesn't really look like it. It looks like it's the same type of motive, but it doesn't line up.
Okay, guys. Well, look. I think we need to get out of here. We need to do a once over here, and then we need to make our way out of here. Whatever happened here may not be finished for now. These people were, by the sound of it, not working alone. We need to try to make our way back to the Clearwater Inn and see if we can find that bastard Baal and see if he had anything to do with this. Maybe you find some motive or something.
I agree.
Are we,
I agree.
by chance, taking those sacks of gold back with us? Or should we leave those here?
Oh, I mean, they clearly wanted delivered here. I think if we take it, we could be drawing a target to ourselves.
Well, we are leaving behind 2 dead bodies. So, I mean, how much more attention could we draw, really?
You shared the letters with us?
Yeah, I think she would have. She would have kind of like, as we're all talking, kind of just stop and be like, oh yeah, something interesting. This letter that I found, it was accompanying this map, and she kind of holds it up. It's like a map of the farm, with a little kind of X here. Something about delivery of 2,000 gold in exchange for something or other, and to kind of pass the letter over to whoever wants to take it.
Do you think this keystone was that orb?
What keystone?
In the letter it says the Jason keystone. Oh no, that's not in the letter.
No,
that was
a little piece of paper that accompanied the box. It says the Giseran keystone.
Yeah.
Celeste,
do you think?
Celeste, can I see that map?
I'll hold it up and go, see, look, X marks the spot.
Is the X directly on the is the map directly? Sorry, is the X directly on the farmhouse?
No, it's outside behind the farm.
Guys, I wonder whether they were supposed to bury this object, but do you mind if we go out the back and see if we can't find this
spot?
This spot.
Absolutely, I love buried treasure.
Let's go.
So I'll make my way out around to the back of the farm.
Right. As you open the door out of the house, the door literally falls off its hinges. The sheer pressure of whatever happened in this room has simply just destroyed the hinges. It just falls flat when you touch it.
Tam, you must work out. It's all that grain you've been lifting.
It's all that Eldritch Blast he's been lifting.
Oh, my goodness.
So I make my way around to where the X is.
Yep.
I'll follow suit.
Does it look like there's freshly turned earth, or is there any sign of digging?
You see 2 piles of freshly dug dirt, and then you see a little bit next to it 2 holes dug. And they seem to be similar size to the grain bags. But the ones that are already been covered seems to be human size.
Okay, so guys, it looks like I think we found poor Master William and Anne. I think.
Seems to be. I have an idea, if we may.
Of course.
What do we say we take not William and not Anne? We put them in these holes. Leave that for them.
Yes, and then the holes that are dug that were meant to contain the gold. You mean?
That's exactly what I mean. Yep.
And are you suggesting then that we take the gold?
I think we take this gold and we go find our friend Baal.
I agree, and maybe leave the bodies as a message.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yes, I certainly would like to know more about whatever on earth it was happened. I know I just want to get out of here. Yes, I'll go in and I'll fetch Anne, and maybe you could fetch William, and we'll pull them out here. Yes.
Absolutely. All right.
Celeste is kind of looking wide-eyed between the two of them as they talk about leaving messages and burying bodies, and she's like,
It's all good normally.
right, well, I'll stand here and stand here.
While they go inside, I will go into the surrounding bush and pick up seeds to scatter on real William and real Anne's grave.
Yeah, that's not a problem. You can definitely find some smaller seeds of different flowers and such. Most of them are generally in common. They would normally be known as like weeds, but as you know them, they are beautiful flowers by themselves, even if they do not, by the common people at least, be remembered like it.
Just kind of sit there and watch him.
So once the Tam and Jean have buried the other bodies, I'll look at John and I'll say, I see you're having trouble with the magic.
Yeah.
I think William and Anne were just ordinary people, and so they deserve. And then I'll use my druid calf to make all the seeds bloom into flower, so they're like graves become little flowery plots of beauty.
It looks quite beautiful, even if it's what you would assume to be weed. But remembering back to Ingwe's story earlier about some plants have different meanings, different places, you do find it quite beautiful actually now.
It's weirdly reassuring to see magic used sort of like that. Thank you, Ingue. Very kind of you. Not only to me, but of course to them. Well, let's get these bodies done. Just don't put any of that. That's too nice for these two. Let's keep them separate and mulch and dirt, right?
Yeah, well, the other thing we could do, and I'll go and get like the wheat and spread the wheat in a big square and kind of do the same, spend time in the same time to make it like a paddock. So then when they come to find it, it'll be hidden under a paddock of wheat.
All right. I got a few words I need to say to Baal. So I say we start heading up that way. What time of day would it be around as well, DM?
It's probably around 1 o'clock now. You were pretty early.
Okay.
Yeah, you wanted to be here early to make a good impression. So
Yeah. Shall we return to town? Return to the Clearwater Inn. See what we can find.
Yes, I wonder before we get there, if this Baal was involved somehow. I wonder whether we might not be best off not taking the gold with us. If we as we approach, maybe if some of us could go and maybe I could leave Sonos here. We could put the gold somewhere else, and I could leave Sonos to look at it, to keep an eye on it as we go and talk to Baal. I don't much feel like approaching if this gentleman has something to do with this Caskade or the like, taking the gold to him and have it taken from us.
I see where you're coming from. I will say I would prefer to have the gold close enough for us to be able to reach it in any instance of concern.
Of course. Of course.
We could potentially try hide the cart in an alley nearby, something like that, perhaps.
Yes, good idea.
Well,
and I could
why don't-
definitely leave Sonos there to look.
Yep. Look,
What?
yeah.
Why don't we take all the wheat out and split the gold amongst ourselves? How much gold is it? And I'll
It's quite
start.
a lot of gold. And you're going to count it?
Yeah, I think if
You're
we're
the-
spending
you're
some
our
time
numbers
here,
guy, right?
yeah.
Putting on their accountant hat.
Because probably when I was doing that wheat field thing, like say we take 45 minutes to do it, and I'm just like putting the wheat out and then stacking the coins, like how much gold do we have?
2,000 gold exactly. Just like
That's
the
And that
gold.
matches. Yeah, 100.
Matches the
2,000
letter, right?
gold. But 2,000 gold in terms of weight divided by 4, 500
lot.
gold pieces. It is a lot, but it's also carryable.
So it would be 50 pounds. Yeah, 50 pounds. So what's that amongst us? 6 or 7 kilos.
Yeah, 6
Maybe
6
10.
kilos is
Yeah.
heavy, but not like if you put 6 kilos in your pack,
Yeah.
it's carryable.
I think Jean could probably fill in the gaps.
Sure.
Resident strongman.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, John could hold it all.
I think that's
But we
what
could-
I think if we split it and then maybe Jean takes slightly more than his share and we split the rest between us. I think that's an excellent idea, Ingue.
Sure, I'll happily carry. I won't consider it mine though, but I'll happily carry it.
What? Well, if this guy's on the up and up, then we owe him a fifth.
He gets a fifth of the 30. He gets a fifth of that. He's not. I don't think we should tell him anything about this gold at all. I don't think we should say anything of what happened at all. We should just go and see what he says. I don't think we should let on that any of this happened. I think if he is working for this Caskade, then he could be our enemy. I don't think we should let on at all.
But you don't think that he'll ask questions, or at the very least, tomorrow when he wanders down to go see his old friend William and goes, "Oh, look at this room covered in blood. I wonder what those fine, friends that I made yesterday got up to while they were here." You don't think that's going to raise a couple of eyebrows? I think that our best bet is just to be completely honest with him.
Again, we seem to all have very different opinions, whereas I believe we should potentially go somewhere down the middle. Let him know that, well, I think our best approach to begin with would be lying to him. I say we tell him that we were offered a bonus to return some bags that were accidentally sort of put on the cart as we initially discussed with William. And we say we're just stopping by, having a look for him on the way, make sure everything was okay for this additional job and the little extra coin that comes with it. Not much, but a little extra. And we can show him that little bit of extra that we were given, sort of see how he responds, and then sort of go from there. If anything suspicious comes from that, I think we flow into, a little more accusatory speech.
Right. How much are
I'm
you
not the
thinking?
best with people, but I don't know, smaller job maybe.
Yeah, 5 gold.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, well, I'm down with that idea.
And so then we can watch him, and if he's like, there should be way more gold, then we know he's in on it.
We go, you traitor, and we kill him as well,
Something like that.
and then run away together.
Sure. Yeah.
Right, so that's the deal. That's the plan. Go down, find him, and say, oh, hey, Baal, we're just on our way back down to deliver these 2 extra bags. They included 2 extra, and we were just, we completely didn't realise, so we're on our way back down to go give it back to the guys at the mill. Just wanted to let you know, gave us an extra 5 gold for the job.
Yep.
And his because his share is 1 gold. If he says, give me my 1 gold, then you argue and you say, you don't deserve this 1 gold, and then you give it to him. And then we know he's on the up and up.
Yes, and we say, oh, this wasn't part of the original deal. Scoundrel.
Yep.
Right, I'm on board.
All right. I'm more of an ideas man than a talking man, so I think what you guys were saying was fine. I'm happy to move along with it.
I think potentially Celeste and myself can weave a tale. I certainly have been known to weave a tale in my time.
Well, you're very, very
Alright.
charismatic, Tam.
Thank you. I think.
So what's the plan?
Okay, so make our way back to the inn. Make our way back to the Clearwater Inn and feed our friend Baal a pretty tale.
Is he there?
As you arrive at the inn, where do you park the cart? Outside, next to the alley, or in front of it? Or what are you doing with it?
We've distributed the gold at this point, so there's no gold in the
Yeah.
alley. There's
Gotcha.
just wheat bags in the
Sure.
back
Yeah.
of the cart. So I guess we could just park it out the front.
Yeah.
No problem.
The same place it was last 2 times.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I made sure to wrap my gold in a change of clothes so it's not clanking around as I'm walking.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
As you enter, he is in fact there. He is sitting in the same corner where he was before. And as you enter, the barmaid is like, oh, look, he came back now if you wanted to have a chat with him. And then she goes back to polishing her glasses and looking at Tam's ass. But Baal is sitting there drinking happily out of his beer.
I'm not going to sit, by the way. If everyone goes up there, I'm just going to stand at the end of the table.
I'm going to kind of walk up with Tam and kind of just subtly kind of like nudge him with my elbow.
Yes. So
Oh, hello, you guys are back. How wonderful. How'd it go? How was our new working relationship going?
Baal, I think it's going well.
That's
you know,
good.
our initial delivery was successful.
Perfect.
Unfortunately, somehow along the way, perhaps it was bad counting on my part, but we ended up with 2 extra bags.
Oh, extra.
We're extra bags. So we had a conversation with Master William, and he suggested that we should take it back to the mill.
Right, yeah.
So that's what we're up to.
Okay, well that sounds
And
good.
I'm keeping
sorry
an
that
eye
that
on his
happened.
face.
Right, make
Me too.
a both of you make a insight check.
"17."
20.
He seems like
5.
that seems perfectly fine. He doesn't seem dishonest about anything that he has said. Or his reaction to what you have said doesn't seem to be odd.
I'm gonna do quickly look over at Jean, kind of just over my shoulder a little bit, and cast message and just say, "I think we're all right."
I don't move. But
Just
no, dude.
I wonder, Baal, the Master William, when did you speak to him about this job?
It was a few days ago. He seemed very short. No, wait. No, it was his wife. It wasn't him. I talked to his wife about a week ago.
So you spoke to his wife a week ago. You spoke to Anne, his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. And did was Master William there?
No, he was not. I talked to her. She told me that he hurt himself, so I'm guessing that's why he wasn't there.
And did you go to Jeremiah's farm?
No, I'd never been there.
So they came here?
Yeah, she came here and then she talked to me and wanted to hire someone to pick up some grain from the mill and take it to the farm. Pretty straightforward job.
Okay. So you spoke with Master William's wife,
Hmm?
and she said that she needed some grain picked up, just like you said to us. Excellent. And I wonder, Baal, have you ever had any dealings with the people at the mill, Master Carl Thinian?
I know of him, but I haven't really had to deal with him. I don't really normally work with grain, and usually my agents of action are the one talking to people if they have to go and get grain or such. That's where you come in. Why all these questions?
Of course. Just it's that we ended up with 2 extra bags, you see, and I don't want anything to go astray. I feel like maybe we've done a disservice to the agency and to Master William and to Master Carl at Master Thinian at the mill, and I just want everything to go as well as possible when we return the bags back to the mill.
All right. Well,
Just
if
don't
you
want
want
to be
to, I
there.
can have a chat with them too. It's all up to you. If that's we're not really getting paid, are you?
Well, we are actually. Master William offered to give us a small amount. Just it's not very much, 5 gold, to take the bags back.
Oh, okay. I guess that's an extra income. That doesn't sound too bad. Speaking of income, and he pulls out some gold coins, and he gives each of you your portion of the 30 gold, and then he takes 1/5 for himself.
Okay. I guess flick him a gold coin. And say, well, of course, a deal's a deal. We're earning an extra 5 gold for taking the bags back, so it's only fair. I feel it's only fair that we split it 5 ways once more.
Oh, that's really nice. Well, you know what? I keep this one and then have some fun. This is the first time we've been talking together, so I think it would be enjoyable if you had a little bit of fun so we can get this working relationship going. I'm not really too fussed about a gold, to be honest. Don't worry about it. Keep that for yourself. Buy something nice. Buy me something nice.
You're very generous, Master Baal. Thank you so much. I guess we'll head back to the mill and take care of business up there. I wonder whether we might try to do that tomorrow. What do you say, Celeste?
Yes, my back is absolutely killing me from all that heavy lifting before. My arms and my shoulder. I would kill for a hot bath.
Oh, well,
Yes,
you can
you
use that gold
certainly
to
did exert
do that.
yourself.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
there you go. Well, it seems like you're doing 2 jobs at once. You're very efficient. I like it. This is going to be a beautiful friendship, I'm sure. I already have another assignment that might be right up your alley if you want to. I can get someone else to drop the grain back. But that's up to you.
No, we've already accepted the money for it, and would much prefer to just get it over and done with ourselves. Keep everything on the level.
Right. No,
Accepted the money, we'll do the job.
that's perfectly fine with me. I understand that.
Master Baal, but just one more thing before we go. I wonder, have you ever seen this? And I will take out my pencil, and I will draw a picture of the crescent moon with the bird on it.
He takes a sip of his beer, and as you show him that, he spits it across the whole table. He's like, "Where did you see that?"
We saw it when we were at the mill, actually.
At the mill?
Yes, I noticed it at the mill. It was on one of the it was on one of the empty sacks as we were collecting from the loading dock.
Oh boy, that's not good.
Wait, have you seen this before?
Well, it's the Thieves Guild.
The Thieves Guild.
This is
My
the
goodness.
Realm's Thieves Guild. This is the big one too. Don't want to mess with those guys.
The Thieves Guild, you say? And
Yeah,
what on earth would the Thieves Guild be doing at the mill?
I don't know. Maybe they're hiding stuff? Wait. When you said there was 2 extra bags, are you lying to me?
No, of course not.
2 extra bags of grain.
You can go and check in the cart if you'd like.
Right. It's weird. Like, I don't know why the Cascade would have any interest in the mill, but I'm guessing if they're trying to transport stuff. Weird.
That's what we thought was strange too, so we thought we'd better ask you.
Stay away. Stay clear of that completely. Just leave completely that alone. You don't want to mess with that. That's not good for a work environment.
Of course.
Well, we'll go back, drop these bags off tomorrow because I need a bath.
Right.
And then we can discuss the other job that you have for us.
Perfectly fine. We can definitely do that.
Okay, well, thank you, Master Baal. I guess we will we see you tomorrow? Will you be around tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be around for probably up until noon tomorrow, and then I have to
Okay.
head off for a little bit of a inspection of sorts. But
Okay, fantastic. Well, I guess we will see you tomorrow morning for breakfast then, yes?
sounds perfectly fine to me.
Okay, so I'm going to go over to the bar and chat with the young lady behind the bar. I'll flash her a winning smile and I will ask, my good lady, I wonder, is there perhaps some rooms that we might hire for this evening?
Oh yes, there's definitely rooms we can hire for this evening, if you want to be alone. That is.
Well, I mean, I have to say I'm not really used to sleeping alone, but I would like some rooms. Are there rooms possibly for all 4 of us? One for each.
Yeah, that's not a problem. We have 4 rooms upstairs. That shouldn't be an issue. Just let me know which one's
Fantastic.
yours.
And I wonder, can you tell me what time you finish work?
Oh, I finish at midnight, but the job's never done until
Yes, I
it's done.
agree. I agree. Well, look, I will be alone, and I don't really like to sleep alone, so I guess I might see you later.
Well, if you hear 2 knocks, then maybe.
I shall be waiting. Well, thank you. Might see you later then.
I'm sure you will. She doesn't take her eyes off him at all.
Funny, because John was doing the same to Baal. Didn't remove his eyes from him once.
What you notice is that he's just looking at Tam and he sees this whole interaction. He's like, and he's drinking.
Cool.
And you can hear Sonos in the back of your head. Oh, that was so cool. You're so smooth, buddy. I know this guy. Yeah. You have 4
Well,
rooms?
I guess.
Well, I guess I'm going to go upstairs and get some rest and maybe wash off. And I really need to say some prayers to my lady. I need to find out more about what happened. I guess I'll see you guys in the morning, yes?
See you in the morning.
Well, yeah.
Tam's going to make himself scarce.
Right. And what about the rest of you?
Celeste will probably take up a corner and pull out. I think she'll probably pull out either like her lute or her little pan flute, and she'll just start playing kind of like really softly in the corner, just a little bit of ambiance, and every now and then do a little bit of like spoken word poetry, and then go back to playing a little bit, just kind of like this soft little mellow thing to kind of like kick back with her feet up on one of the chairs and just kind of like, you know, shrug her jacket off and just play some smooth tunes.
Fair enough. Make a performance check.
Performance. Okay. Ooh, that's a dirty 20.
Wow, cool. You rack up another 6 pieces of silver from random patrons that enjoy the entertainment so much. But most of them are farmers and such, and they're like, oh, I know this one. And then they're singing along a little bit, and then it's all wrong. They've got all the words wrong. But it's like, oh yeah, it's a song about a sandwich. It's really a song about some hero. But anyway.
Jean would go up to the barkeep and grab, with Celeste still down here. If Tam's gone, Ingue, you sticking around?
John,
Yep.
do you want to have a beer together? Would you get me a beer?
I was gonna go grab some drinks now for sure. You have any preference? I don't know what they got here, but I'll give it a try.
I'll have what you're having.
Sweet. Celeste, anything particular?
Kind of like as she's playing, look up and just go, something strong.
All right. Make my way over to the barkeep. I'll take 2 of your cheapest ales and whatever kicks like a mule.
Whatever kicks like a mule. Oh, I haven't heard that one in a while. Sure, of course, we can definitely do that. That'll be 4 silver, and I will take care of that for you.
No problem. Reach around, grab 1 gold, put it forward,
Ooh.
and eagerly wait to change.
Oh. Give it a change. And she hands you the ale and 3 small shot glasses. You're unsure what this is, but it smells alcoholic.
I'm gonna just put down 1 silver and slide it forward again and just go, thank you. Put the money away. And
Thank
then
you.
Grab the ales first, make their way over, put them down, and then the others take them down. I think she may have misunderstood. I just wanted the 2 ales and 1 of those, but I guess we're drinking a little heavier tonight than otherwise anticipated.
That's fine by me.
Boom. Start down in the ales. I do not hit the hard stuff first myself.
It smells... Yeah. It smells like it would burn the insides of most people, but alcohol nonetheless.
And through the entire session of drinking, or however long we chill sit here, I'm just constantly looking over at Baal and just staring at him at moments.
He actually joins you. He sits down with you, and if you will allow him at least, he'll sit down with you and start drinking, and he buys some rounds and stuff like that. He tells a lot of stories about different agents of action that have worked for him, and there's a few famous people in there that you've heard of before that once was like really famous heroes and stuff like that, starting out as just nobodies. He's very pleasant, and he's quite funny actually. He's a little bit of like, you know, when you have your dad has different humor than you, it's a little bit different type. It's a little bit like that. He's like a little bit of a different generation, but he's definitely funny and charming. He seems interesting, and he's engaging and he's talking to you, and he wants to listen to you as well.
All right. I think,
Anything else you want to do for the rest of the night?
Nope.
Not Sean.
Nope.
Just play a groupie tunes and then eventually sideline up to bed.
Alright. And Ingue?
Yeah, I'm following the lead. I'd be, if we did shots, I'd be drunk pretty quick.
Yeah, he gets pretty drunk pretty quickly. Yeah. Eventually, you'll go to your rooms. It's okay rooms. It's not fancy, but it's doable. It has a good bed, and you all lay down to get some rest. And Tam gets a midnight visit from someone we shall not name, and has a great evening at his room. Sean, however,
Cool. Yep.
you wake up in the middle of the night, and it's icy cold again. You feel it shivering through your bones, and you can see your breath again.
I just sort of look about the room, reach down, grab one of my hand axes, and just slip it under my pillow.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna stay awake and just peer around as long as I can before drifting back off eventually, I assume. But I'm not comfortable, but the events of the day have shaken me to the point where I just want rest. I'm trying to push this into the back of my mind as best as I can.
It's very cold in there. It's icy cold, and you struggle a little bit finding your rest again. And you're starting to doze off, and right when you're about to fall asleep, the whole bed moves towards the other side of the wall, and then nothing. And slowly, it starts becoming hotter again. And that's...
In that instance, if the bed moves, I'd get up and just sit if there's a chair in the room or on the end of the bed. And that's it. I'm just staying up the whole night. Sean's not resting tonight.
Right. And that's where we'll end for this very first session of Monsters and Mayhem. There you go.
Yeah.
How was
Session
that?
one.
Wow,
You didn't
we-
die.
Session 1, baby.
Didn't die.
Level 1. Did you level up yet?
Yes. You are
Oh,
now
actually,
level
I
2.
Hey!
Expect him to level me down for that.
Level up.
Well, you're happy about it now, but just wait until later.
Yeah, baby.
There you go. I think that was a good session. It was a good session. We had some technical
really good.
difficulties, but I think that it definitely worked out in the end.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much, Tom. It was so good.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you.
Tom.
My
That was
pleasure.
awesome.
I love playing with you guys. That
Tuned
was
in as well.
That was really fun.
Fun.
I was worried for a second that none of you were gonna go into the house, and I was like, oh fuck. I would have found a way.
We were going into the house.
We're always
For
going
sure.
down.
Well, at least you got some lemon cakes or whatever the hell Anne was making. Wife, daughter, whatever.
And some mind-bending nightmares that will scar us for life.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't even begun.
Classic tea parties.
Now I know why you asked those questions before the game, Tom.
Oh no, you don't. No, you don't, because
Oh,
those
really?
questions was not about this.
Oh, great. That's something to look forward to then.
It was a coincidence that some of them were similar to what your nightmares might have been. But
I know something you don't know.
yes, indeed. We'll get there.
All right.
We'll get there. Cool.
I love you guys. I gotta go.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I will
Well,
see you next time.
yeah, I think we'll end it here, and then I'll see you on next Monday for another exciting stream of Who Doesn't Get Killed by Will I Ain't.
That's it. Thanks
We'll
for tuning
know
in,
more.
everyone.
Good night,
Thank you,
everyone.
Thanks
everyone.
for tuning in, everybody.